Chapter 2259. The Zhao family's patriarch spoke, and those few elders hurriedly recounted what had happened earlier. When these people heard that Lin Xian had killed 2 mighty figures and 3 six-star kings with a single strike, they were all stunned. Clang! 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 The wine glasses in their hands all fell to the ground. Heavens! They weren't dreaming, were they? How could the other party be so powerful? These elders did not dare to believe it. Zhao was also shocked, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She knew that she had misjudged this time. Although she did not know the young man in front of her, he was definitely at the level of a saint. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly. Originally, she had looked down on the other party, but she did not expect that she was too ignorant. Everyone was shocked. Only Murong Qingqing had a smile on her face, because she had already guessed this result. Lin Xian also smiled as he raised his wine glass. The wine was still warm, so he could drink it. Lin Xian was tasting the wine, but the others were not in the mood. Now, everything they ate tasted tasteless because the news was too shocking. It was as if lightning had struck them unconscious. On the other side, the Qiyu family. The entire Qiyu family quickly moved. They invited the best doctors and alchemists to treat Qiyu's injuries. Although Qiyu's life was saved, his crippled cultivation could not be recovered in a short time. More importantly, his genitals couldn't be repaired either. This news made the patriarch's face extremely gloomy. With his cultivation crippled and his manhood destroyed, Qiyu's life was over. Although he was not killed, it was worse than death. When Qiyuka heard this, he naturally could not accept it. He screamed crazily, "Kill him! You must kill him! You must kill him! Avenge me! Don't worry, we will definitely avenge you." A middle-aged woman held Qiyuka's hand and said through gritted teeth, "I will capture that kid and pull out his tendons and bones. I will let him taste torture 10 times more painful than you. And that woman, I will capture her and make her serve you for the rest of her life. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who offended you have a good ending." The middle-aged woman's expression was incomparably ferocious. The Red Moon family head's expression was also ice-cold. He said in a cold voice, "What's wrong? The people I sent out haven't returned yet? Why would it take so much effort to catch a brat? Or was it that the Zhao family was unwilling to let him go? Master, something bad has happened." At this moment, news came from afar. A martial artist ran over in a panic, his face extremely pale. "What's going on?" The clan leader of the Qiyu clan asked coldly. Could it be that they had captured that brat? "No," the subordinate said, trembling. "Our men were killed." Was he killed? Hearing this, all the martial artists in the room were stunned. What kind of joke was this? Those were 2 supreme beings and 4 six-star king tiers. How could he have been killed? The Red Moon patriarch's face turned even darker as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, could it be that the Zhao clan had made a move? In his opinion, only the Zhao family could deal with these powerhouses. We don't know, but according to the Zhao family, that kid did it himself. Their Zhao family didn't participate at all. Did that kid do it? What a joke. Do you really think we're idiots? The Red Moon patriarch snorted coldly. The others in the room also had looks of disbelief. That kid looked like he was in his 20s. How powerful could he be? Even if he was a 6-star king, it would still be fine. However, they had sent out 2 supreme beings. How could that kid possibly resist them? It must be the Zhao family. Damn it, they've gone too far. "Master, what should we do now?" the person beside him asked. It seemed that the Zhao family was determined to protect the other party. So what if they protected him? Do they think our Red Moon family is easy to bully? I don't believe that the Zhao family really dares to start a war with us. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and said, she was Red Moon's mother and the wife of the Red Moon family patriarch. At this moment, when she learned that the mission had failed, She was so angry that her face was filled with madness. The Red Moon family patriarch's face was also gloomy. He snorted coldly. He actually dared to protect the murderer. I will definitely not let this matter rest. This way, send more people over. At the same time, contact the other families and go together. Tell them that our Red Moon family is being asked for an explanation. I don't believe that the Zhao family would dare to do the same to the other big families. Yes, I'll go and prepare now. His subordinates, the elders, also began to move. This time, the Red Moon family was really angry. Therefore, they sent out a powerful team again. This time, they sent 3 elite supreme beings, 5 supreme beings, and dozens of 6-star kings. There were also other kings. There were a total of more than 100 people, and they set off in a mighty manner. This lineup was absolutely terrifying. Not only that, they also contacted the other big families in the Qianshan domain. They were all on good terms with the Red Moon family. The other 3 big families also sent some people over. The 4 big families headed to Sky Star City together in a mighty manner. By the time they arrived, it was already the next morning. The sky had just brightened. The sun rose, and the number of people in the city gradually increased. However, at this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above their heads. Then a violent wind whistled, and a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It was as if it was going to crush the entire city. The martial artists in the city raised their heads and looked up. Then they screamed. What's going on? Could it be that someone is going to attack the city? Is it a demonic beast? Or is it something else? They were terrified because they realized that it was not a dark cloud above their heads, but a dense shadow. Each of them emitted a cold and terrifying aura as if they were going to break the world. They were not demonic beasts, but humans. Countless powerhouses. Many people exclaimed, and even more people were shocked. Damn it, are they going to attack my Sky Star City? Stop fooling around, this is the 9 Li dynasty. All the lands in the world belong to the king. Who dares to attack the city? Damn it, who is this? What are they trying to do? Everyone went crazy. More and more people looked at the sky and discussed animatedly. Even the people of the city, Lord's mansion, were alarmed. Countless guards formed a formation as if they were facing a great enemy. He moved quickly, holding his sword and saber, and raised it to the sky. There was even a middle-aged man in armor who shouted coldly, "Stop, who are you?" In the sky, countless figures flickered, but they did not descend. This made the warriors and guards in the city heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a cold figure stood out. It was an old man dressed in black. His entire body was emitting a black light. He looked down, his gaze piercing through the void, and said coldly, "We are from the Red Moon family. This time we have joined forces with the 3 big families to ask the Zhao family for an explanation." Zhao family? Ask for an explanation? What explanation? Everyone was puzzled. When did the Red Moon family go against the Zhao family? Chapter 2260. Since when did the Red Moon clan go against the Zhao clan? They didn't know. And from the looks of it, the hatred was especially great. Humph! The old man in the sky snorted coldly and spoke clearly. His voice was like thunder, clearly spreading to every corner of the city. "My young master Qi Yu has been crippled, and the culprit is in the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family refused to release them and even mercilessly killed the people we sent out. Up until now, there wasn't even a single explanation. Since that's the case, my Crimson Moon clan has no choice but to come here personally to demand an explanation." In the end, his voice was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's ears to go numb. What? The young master of the Qi Yu clan was crippled? Are you talking about what happened 2 days ago? Many people were talking about it. Obviously, they had heard about what had happened before. After all, it had happened in Stellar Sky City. However, they did not expect that the matter was not over. Instead, it became more and more intense. It was very likely that it would evolve into a duel between the 2 great families. Although the overall strength of the Qiyu clan was inferior to the Zhao clan, however, the Crimson Moon clan was a big clan after all. This time, they had joined forces with the other 3 big clans. Perhaps, even if the Zhao clan was incomparably powerful, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. And from the looks of it, no matter how one looked at it, the Zhao family was in the wrong. The scene here naturally alarmed the city lord mansion. Immediately, the people of the city lord's mansion hurried to the Zhao family to inquire about the situation. The Zhao family also received the news. For a moment, countless Zhao family cultivators looked up at the sky. Seeing the dense crowd in the distance, they frowned. What was the Red Moon clan trying to do? They actually dared to gather the other 3 great clans and come knocking on their door together? Do you really think that the Zhao family is easy to bully? Don't be impulsive. No matter what, the Scarlet Moon clan belongs to the 6th prince. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to start a war with them. However, this does not mean that our Zhao family is afraid of him. He hurriedly sent someone to explain the situation. As the Zhao family head gave the order, countless Zhao family warriors began to move. On the other side, Lin Xian stood up. He said in a clear voice, "I have already said that I will take care of the Qiyu clan's matters alone. It had nothing to do with the Zhao family, so you don't have to worry." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he soared into the sky, flying into the distance. What? This kid wants to solve it himself? Seeing this scene, these people felt their scalps go numb. Although they had been shocked by Lin Xian's strength yesterday, the Qiyu clan was incomparably terrifying. They didn't just have almighties. There were elite almighties, pinnacle almighties, and even peerless almighties. If such a terrifying clan was angered, even if Lin Xian was a prodigy, no matter how strong he would not be able to resist. So, very quickly, the Zhao family head said to send people to follow them so that nothing bad would happen. A few elders hurriedly led the martial artists over. On the other hand, after Zhao Zhuo received the news, she did not delay any longer. She quickly went to look for Morong Qingcheng. The 2 of them also flew over in a flash. In an instant, many young people from the Zhao family followed them. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the sky above Stellar Sky City, the atmosphere was heavy. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on them, causing the martial artists in the city to be unable to breathe. However, right at that moment, a ray of light sliced through the void and instantly sliced apart that heavy aura. This caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Then they were all shocked. Who came? Could it be that an exceptional expert came? In the next moment, they looked over. Then they were stunned. That was because they realized that the person who came out was actually a young man, a very unfamiliar young man. They did not know that person. Many people discussed among themselves, and a small number of people even exclaimed. It was him. He was the one who crippled the young master of the Qiyu family. What? Are you saying that he's the culprit? Heavens, he still dares to come out? Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know Lin Xian's true strength and identity. Therefore, in their opinion, a young man who dared to come out at this time was definitely out of his mind. Under normal circumstances, he would have secretly run away. Who are you? The martial artists of the Qiyu family shouted coldly. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. A bunch of idiots. I'm the person you're looking for. What? You're not convinced? Then do it. You have a death wish. Those people came to their senses and were extremely angry. This kid is the culprit we're looking for. He doesn't seem like much. Not only is he arrogant, but he's also an idiot. He dares to fight against thousands of troops alone. That made them feel that it was unreal. They even felt that there was a trap. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar again. Following that, countless people quickly rushed over. The first to appear were a few elders of the Zhao family. They stopped near Lin Xian and looked ahead, frowning. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Behind them, the martial artists of the Zhao family arrived one after another and also stopped in the void. Zhao, Zhirua, and Murong Qingxing also arrived. They came to Lin Xian's side. In an instant, the martial artists of the Zhao family all released a powerful aura to fight against the other party. In the sky, two huge forces of energy collided, tearing through the void, and a shocking crack appeared. It was like a black hole that was bottomless. There was indeed a trap. Seeing so many experts and elders of the Zhao family, the Qi Yu family's faces darkened. "Kid, do you think that we can't do anything to you just because you have the support of the Zhao family? Let me tell you, if you provoke the Qi Yu family, no one can save you." "Humph, is that so? Why don't you try?" Zhao Zhirua shouted. Although she was a woman, the aura on her body was incomparably fierce. Since when did the people of the Qi Yu family dare to behave atrociously in front of the Zhao family? It seems that the Qi Yu family has become more and more presumptuous in the past 2 years with the support of the sixth prince. Today, I'll let them know the foundation and strength of the Zhao family. Seeing that the Zhao family wanted to stand up for them, the people of the Qi Yu family frowned. However, the black-clothed old man only sneered at this. "Why? Just because the Zhao family is powerful, you want to be lawless and bully us? The Zhao family is powerful, but you can't be unjust. That's right, it's only right to catch the murderer. Why is the Zhao family stopping you? Could it be that there's some shady business between you two?" The people of the three great families also stood up. They sneered. For a moment, these people pushed the Zhao family to the forefront of the storm. Those people below, they also began to talk about it. Damn it, these people dare to splash dirty water on the Zhao family. When the elders of the Zhao family heard this, their faces became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian sneered. "All right, don't waste your energy. I did kill him. Your young Master Qi Yu was crippled by me. The 2 Almighties and 4 Six-Star Kings yesterday were also killed by me. Everything was done by me. It has nothing to do with the Zhao family. What, you killed them all?" Hearing this, the people of the 4 great families were stunned. Chapter 2261. The people of the Red Moon clan were even more stunned. The warriors below were discussing animatedly. This kid was actually able to kill 2 Almighties and 4 Six-Star Kings? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? This is definitely fake. It can't be real. The people of the Red Moon clan also sneered. "Kid, don't joke around. You think you can kill mighty figures? Who do you think you are? This was definitely done by the Zhao clan." "Humph, isn't the Zhao clan powerful? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Or are you trying to be a coward?" The people of the Red Moon clan sneered. The people of the other 3 clans also agreed. This time, the combined strength of the 4 clans was not inferior to the Zhao clan, so they were fearless. The warriors of the Zhao clan were furious, and Lin Xian's face also darkened. "Why are you suspecting me? Fine, I'll prove it to you." Speaking of this, he took a step forward and clenched his fist. A sword light lit up between heaven and earth. Clang! Poof! Then the sword light disappeared. On the opposite side, a mighty figure of the Red Moon clan screamed as he was split in half. His blood dyed the void red. What? He was killed. Everyone screamed in disbelief. The people of the Red Moon clan were even crazier, especially those who were closer. Their faces were splashed with blood. They were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. What was going on? They did not have any reaction at all, and one of their mighty figures was killed. Damn it, what kind of method was this? The people of the Red Moon clan were crazy, and the people of the other 3 clans were also terrified. The warriors of the Stellar Sky city below were completely stunned. Shock! This scene brought them great shock. They were completely stunned. The people of the Zhao clan were also shocked, but fortunately they had seen Lin Xian's methods yesterday, so they could still maintain their consciousness at this moment. Now, believe what I said. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth again. Everyone was stunned. Killing a mighty figure with a sword, what kind of strength was this? They did not dare to imagine. When Lin Xian's voice sounded, these people even trembled. The entire world was silent. Even the people from the Red Moon clan were scared silly. Lin Xian said coldly as he scanned the surroundings, "I did cripple the young master of the Qiyu clan, but that was because he deserved to die. He coveted my wife's beauty and wanted to take her for himself. He even relied on his status as the young master of the Qiyu clan to bully others. They sent over a dozen kings to kill me. Let me ask you, if you were in such a situation, what would you do?" What? So this was the reason. Below, when the martial artists in Stellar Sky City heard these words, they all started discussing. Many of them clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Damn it, this Scarlet Crescent Drake was truly too hateful. That's right, he was the kind of person who used his power to bully others. He didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. A person like him deserved to die. Not killing him was already a great favor. That's right. Looking at this kid's skills, he must be a peerless genius. How could such a person endure such humiliation? If I had such strength, I would have killed that young Master Qi long ago. Not killing him is already giving him face. I didn't expect the Qiyu clan to be so shameless. That's right, they inverted right and wrong, and even tried to confuse us. How hateful! Hurry up and get lost. Angry roars came one after another. The martial artists below were all enraged. They were originally ordinary people. Therefore, what they hated the most was this kind of bullying. And this time, young Master Qi Yu's reputation was already in tatters. Naturally, everyone didn't have a good impression of him. Seeing this scene, the Zhao clan people heaved a sigh of relief. The Qi Yu clan people opposite them had gloomy expressions. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, the victim's identity that they had created had been exposed in an instant. Not only that, their current situation was very bad. The cultivators of Stellar Sky City below were so enraged. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. "Damn kid, you're courting death." The black-robed old man roared with a gloomy expression. The time from when the other party killed their almighty to when he said this was too short. So much so that they didn't even react. Now that they reacted, the matter was already irreversible. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of you. I just don't want people to misunderstand the Zhao clan. I don't want to drag the Zhao clan down. Now that the matter has been clarified, we can settle the matter between us. To be honest, in order to keep a low profile, I've already been very merciful. But you actually don't know what's good for you and dare to send an army to kill me? Since that's the case, you don't have to go back. Are you going to kill yourselves, or do you want me to do it?" At this point, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. As soon as this voice came out, the clamor below broke out again. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Domineering, too domineering. He dared to say such a thing in the face of thousands of troops alone. One had to admit that Lin Xian's current figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of these people. The Zhao clan people were also stunned. Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered as she looked at the figure, seemingly in a daze. Murong Qingqing at the side stood there with a pair of beautiful eyes and a faint smile on her face. On the other side, the people of the Qiyu clan were so angry that they vomited blood. The 4 great clans had joined forces to suppress him. How dare that guy be so arrogant? He's courting death. Stop talking nonsense with him. Hurry up and capture that kid. The people of the 3 great clans said coldly. They had originally come to show off, but now, no matter how they looked at it, they felt sullen. Naturally, they were embarrassed. Therefore, they asked the Qiyu clan to hurry up and attack. "Humph! Go kill him." The 3 mighty figures snorted coldly, and 20 kings followed behind them. They turned into a torrent and quickly charged over. "That's all? It's not enough." Lin Xian sneered, and his fingers quickly formed a seal. A hell's ice lotus flew out from his fingertip and spun in the air, quickly charging over. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the hell's ice lotus completely exploded, enveloping the three mighty figures. Between heaven and earth, terrifying black flames erupted, and the power of frost filled the sky. In an instant, countless screams sounded. Soon these people fell silent. When all the energy disappeared, everyone looked at the sky and were all dumbfounded. The 3 Almighties and 20 kings were instantly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. They were all killed. Those people's voices trembled, and the people of the Chiyu clan went crazy. In fact, they were even trembling. The faces of the people of the 3 great clans were pale without a trace of blood. Damn it, who was that person? At that moment, the people of the 3 great clans were in despair. That was because they realized that they had been tricked. Before they came, the people of the Chiyu clan had told them that they were only there to capture a young boy, and that the main reason they joined forces this time was to intimidate the Zhao clan. However, it seemed that was not the case. Chapter 2262. No matter how they looked at it, the other party did not look like a brat. He was a peerless demon king. Now, the Zhao family had not even made a move. Just the other party alone had killed 3 mighty figures and more than 20 kings with a raise of his hand. Such means were heaven-defying. They had never seen such a thing before. Therefore, these people felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. After Lin Xian succeeded, he looked at the other party and sneered. Why, not making a move? Then it's my turn. Whoosh! In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed forward. Damn it, kill him! Kill him with all your might. The black-robed elder's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to attack. He did not dare to hold back anymore. The people behind him attacked crazily. At the same time, he also roared angrily, and majestic energy surged out of his body. To be honest, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had 3 elite mighty figures this time. As long as the 3 of them attacked with all their might, they could definitely suppress the other party. Boom! The black-robed elder took the lead and stretched out his palm. Buzz! In the sky, an incomparably pitch-black palm pressed down, and the entire sky turned completely dark. Humph! You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. The terrifying fist carried black flames that filled the sky and blasted out fiercely. Boom! The 2 collided and thunderous sounds echoed in the sky as terrifying energy erupted. An extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space as the terrifying energy swept down. The warriors in Tianxing City trembled when they felt the impact of this energy. The weaker ones directly knelt on the ground. Ah, damn it! However, amidst the violent energy, there was a crazy roar. The black-robed elder kept retreating, stepping on the void. His palm directly exploded. Blood! Dyed the void red. Then, Lin Xian slammed forward again. Kid, you're courting death. Another elite shouted angrily. This was a middle-aged man. He held a red long sword in his hand and quickly rushed over to kill. Buzz! The long sword swept across, and the red sword light swept across heaven and earth like a divine red, sonorous and deafening. Boom! Lin Xian's palm slammed into the sword chi that filled the sky, causing a resplendent light to erupt. A terrifying voice tore through the void. After the deafening explosion, Lin Xian's palm didn't change at all. It was still grabbing forward in an overwhelming manner. On the other side, the middle-aged man was sent flying while vomiting blood. You want to capture me with just the 2 of you? He really overestimated himself. Lin Xian sneered as he looked ahead. Brat, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar was heard. The purple light shot straight into the clouds, drowning out the entire world. Then a figure appeared. This was a young man. His eyes were incomparably cold, but no one dared to underestimate him. This was not a young man, but an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was an elite almighty, and he was the strongest among the people who came this time. The purple-robed ancestor was actually him. Seeing this purple-clothed youth walk out, many people exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Zhao family also frowned, because the purple-robed ancestor was indeed not simple. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, for a moment, they were a little worried. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Indeed, this purple-robed ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the two elite almighties from before. His angry roar shattered the mountains and rivers. Boom! A large purple hand reached out to grab him. Heaven and earth instantly split open, and a terrifying aura pressed down below. The kings of Tianxing City trembled and couldn't stand at all. He had some strength, but it was not enough. Lin Xian nodded slightly, but his eyes were full of disdain. How dare an elite almighty act so atrociously in front of him? In the next moment, he also stretched out his palm. Endless aura surrounded his palm. One after another, stars began to appear in the sky. The astral palm was an ultimate technique used by an almighty of the Qiyu family. However, at this moment, when Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul, its power was hundreds of times more terrifying. When he stretched out his palm, heaven and earth were completely covered. Only the stars could be seen spinning one after another. It was as if the real universe had descended into the human world. Heavens, what kind of technique was this? Wasn't the astral palm an ultimate technique of the Qiyu family? How did this kid know it? Many people exclaimed. The people of the Qiyu family were even more crazy. Damn it! The astral palm was indeed their family's ultimate technique, and many people had practiced it before. However, they couldn't hit the opponent's terrifying power at all. More importantly, how did the other party do it? However, now was not the time for them to think too much. Wretched cries rang out in the sky because those spinning stars were releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire world. In an instant, many martial artists' bodies were pressed into a bloody mist by these stars and exploded. Boom! Boom! In an instant, at least 30 kings were killed. Moreover, there were even more screams. This time, not only the Qiyu family, but even the martial artists of the other 3 families were affected. Damn it, this was impossible. How could he be so powerful? Countless people screamed crazily, and the faces of the elite almighties became incomparably ugly. In an instant, more than half of the people they brought were dead. Moreover, it was still going on. It wouldn't be long before all of them were killed. This made their hearts bleed in disbelief. These were all the elites of their families. They were the hope of their family's future. But now they were all killed. A red star descended, bringing with it endless flames as it flew towards the black-clothed old man. The black-robed elder roared crazily and slammed his palms out continuously. One after another, ghost claws tore through the void and attacked fiercely. However, it was useless. The red star was like a sun, burning fiercely and directly enveloping the black-robed elder. Then it was completely refined. What? Even the elite almighties were killed. The death of the black-robed elder had a huge impact on them because he was an elite lord. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse with unimaginable strength. But now he had been killed like a blade of grass. Who was the other party? They didn't dare to think about it. Therefore, in the next moment, those who were still alive screamed crazily, "Run, run!" At this moment, revenge and the mission of their families were all thrown away. Survival was the most important thing. However, could they escape? The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely enveloped by Lin Xian's astral palm, forming a heaven and earth cage. They could not escape at all. Therefore, the ordinary kings were all killed very quickly. The almighties could not survive at all. Now, only 5 elite almighties were left. They were from the 4 great families, and 2 of them were from the Qiyu family. "Thank you for your rewards," monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter 2263. Now, there were only 5 elite Almighties left. They were from the 4 major families, and 2 of them were from the Red Moon family. The other 3 were from the 3 major families. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered together, and their expressions were extremely ferocious. They were covered in blood, both their own and their subordinates. Damn it, the 5 of us should join forces and attack in the same direction. I don't believe that he can fight against the 5 of us. The purple-robed ancestor roared crazily. Although he had delicate features, his small face was ferocious like a demon at this moment. Purple extreme, demonic art. The purple-robed patriarch used his most powerful technique as soon as he stepped forward. The other 4 elite Almighties also used their best ultimate skills, not daring to hold back at all. Heavenly Rainbow Sword. The middle-aged man waved the long sword in his hand and released terrifying sword lights, one after another. Sky Demon Fist. The demon roared. Immovable Mountain. Terrifying divine abilities burst forth, and the crazy energy between heaven and earth swept towards the starry sky. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered disdainfully. Now it was over. Destroying the stars. Boom, boom, boom. As his voice fell, the stars in the sky exploded in his palm. The entire universe turned into chaos. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely torn apart, and an endless black hole appeared. As for the 5 Almighties, they were completely drowned by this violent energy. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy between heaven and earth lasted for half an hour before gradually dissipating. In Tianxing City, all the warriors were lying on the ground, their faces pale. When the energy dissipated, they stood up from the ground and looked at the sky in bewilderment. In fact, they had already thought of this. It was impossible for the 5 Almighties to survive such a violent energy. However, they still had to verify their thoughts. Sure enough, when they looked up at the sky, the terrifying spatial cracks in the sky had already healed. However, the figures of the 5 Almighties had already disappeared. Only clouds of blood mist were left in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that fell in Tianxing City. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned, because at this moment, their feelings could not be described with words. The 4 major families, hundreds of kings, and so many elite Almighties were all killed in an instant. This scene was like something out of a legend. They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and descended again, returning to Stellar Sky City. Countless people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. The young people of the Zhao family felt their scalps go numb. The elders of the Zhao family became incomparably respectful. Among them, the great elder hurried over. Lin Gongzi, please. Their attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different now. Previously, he respected Lin Xian, but that was because of Murong Qingqing. However, things were different now. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed had definitely surpassed that of an elite mighty. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the Almighties. Such strength was incomparably terrifying and worthy of their respect. The group of people once again returned to the Zhao family. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also made their intentions clear. You want to know the reason for this beast tide? Hearing this, the first elder narrowed his eyes. At the side, Zhao Zhiruo's eyes flickered. This beast tide is indeed a little strange, but I really don't know the exact reason. The first elder shook his head. You don't know? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were a little disappointed. They originally thought that with the status of the Zhao family, they should know something special. They didn't expect that they didn't know either. Then the first elder left. Zhao Zhiruo also left, but before she left, she said, Junior sister Qingqing, don't be anxious. I'll help you ask around. Sure enough, half a day later, Zhao Zhiruo returned again. She said, My grandfather wants to see you. Your grandfather? Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other. Then Lin Xian asked, Is it a clue about the beast tide? You'll know when you get there. Zhao Zhirua smiled mysteriously. Then Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing followed Zhao Zhirua, and the group left the pavilion and walked towards the depths of the Zhao family. The entire Zhao family was very large, so after walking for half a day, they still hadn't reached their destination. However, Lin Xian realized that the surroundings had already changed. In front of him, the Zhao family was dotted with palaces and pavilions as if it was a palace. Behind them, there were very few sights. There were forests, mountains, waterfalls, and flowing water everywhere, as if it was a paradise. Not only that, he also realized that the spiritual energy here was far more than that of the outside world. It was also denser than the spiritual energy outside the Zhao family. In fact, there were some spirit beasts around at all times. They were all cute and harmless. The little fur ball in Zhao Zhirua's arms was also whimpering. However, at this moment, Little White also came out of the black earth and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked around with its big black eyes. Obviously, the little guy had smelled the scent of some spirit fruit. "Ah, you have a little white ball too." Zhao Zhirua turned her head and exclaimed when she saw Little White on Lin Xian's shoulder. It looked similar to Snowball in her arms. However, one was a monkey and the other was a lion. "Come here. I'll give you a spirit fruit to eat." Zhao Zhirua was very experienced in raising pets. So she flipped her palm and a red fruit appeared in her hand. When Little White saw it, it flew over with a whoosh. It jumped onto Zhao Zhirua's shoulder, hugged the spirit fruit, and chewed happily. Zhao Zhirua looked at it and liked it very much. However, at this moment, she realized that something was wrong. That was because the little lion in his arms actually began to tremble slightly. Its black eyes looked at Little White with a trace of fear. "What's going on?" Zhao Zhirua was extremely surprised. The little lion in her arms had a very strong bloodline power. It was born as a one-star king. In the future, it might even become a peerless demon king. Therefore, she liked it very much. She even took care of it personally. But now, this little lion with the potential of a peerless demon king was actually trembling. It was afraid of this monkey. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhirua gasped. What kind of background does this monkey have? Could it be even more terrifying than the little lion in my arms? She didn't know, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on the little white monkey. Little White hugged the spirit fruit, glanced at the little lion, and then made a face. Then, with a swoosh, it returned to Lin Xian's side. So fast! Zhao Zhirua was surprised that she could not catch the other party's trajectory. A mutant of heaven and earth. This was definitely a very terrifying mutant of heaven and earth. She did not expect that not only was Lin Xian powerful, but he also had such a terrifying pet. "Aya, little guy, long time no see." At the side, Morong Qingqing was also happy. He picked up Little White from Lin Xian's shoulder, hugged it in his arms, and kept rubbing it. "Awoo, awoo." The little white monkey seemed to be enjoying it very much. Morong Qingqing was happy to see it. He simply followed Zhao Zhirua and hugged Little White in his arms. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked for a while. Buzz! Suddenly, two figures flickered in front of him. Two figures appeared and blocked his path. Chapter 2264. Suddenly, two silhouettes flickered and appeared. They were wearing bronze masks and carrying two sharp swords on their backs. Their expressions were cold, especially their eyes, which were devoid of emotion. Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks as soon as the two figures appeared. Behind her, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also looked serious. They could sense that the two people in front of them were definitely experts. "Seniors, I'm here on my grandfather's orders. These two are my friends. My grandfather wants to see them. This is a token." Zhao Zhirua took out her family's token as she spoke. One of the masked men took the token and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and returned the token to Zhao Zhirua. Then the two figures flashed and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! The leaves on both sides rustled, and birds chirped in the surroundings. It was very ethereal. It was as if the appearance of the two masked men just now was a dream. Let's go. My grandfather is right in front. However, the two of you have to follow me closely and follow my footsteps. Don't make a single mistake. There's a formation inside. If we take a wrong step, it'll be very dangerous. All right, Murong Qingqing said with a smile. Lin Xian also nodded. Then he looked around. Indeed, with his knowledge of formations, he discovered that there was an extremely terrifying formation in front of him. Although there was no light, it was extremely dangerous. There was only one way out. Next, Zhao Zhirua led the way. She did not walk in a straight line, but in all kinds of curves. Sometimes she even went backwards. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing knew that they were walking on the only way out of the formation. If they did not follow that path, they would immediately activate the terrifying, killing formation under their feet. It took them an hour to walk through the formation. Finally, Zhao Zhirua heaved a sigh of relief. All right, there's no danger ahead. Let's speed up. In front of them was no longer a forest, but a grassland. They could even hear the sound of flowing water in the distance because there was a waterfall in the distance. On the opposite side of the waterfall, there was a huge lake. It was like an emerald gem that was embedded in the ground. Beside the lake, there was a figure. But soon, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were stunned. That was because they had thought that they would meet an old man with the demeanor of an immortal. However, the scene before them was completely out of their expectations. The figure in front was indeed an old man. However, the other party was dressed normally. He was dressed in plain clothes and had a bamboo hat on his head. At this moment, he was holding a hoe and waving it in front of him. Moreover, it wasn't some terrifying divine ability. It was very ordinary, just like a farmer plowing the land. His trousers were rolled up, and the sweat on his face kept dripping to the ground. If it had not been Zhao Zhirua who had brought them here, if it had not been for the terrifying guards and the terrifying killing array, then they simply didn't believe that the old man in front of them was the old master of the Zhao family, because it was too ordinary. Such people could be seen everywhere in the countries of ordinary people. Grandpa. However, Zhao Zhirua was not surprised. With a smile on her face, she ran over. Grandpa, I've invited him. Zhao Zhirua said softly. The old man stopped waving the hoe, stood up and wiped his sweat. Then he turned to look at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Please wait for a moment. I'm almost done with a little more. We're not in a hurry, old master. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also walked over and watched from the side. Murong Qingqing blinked curiously. Lin Xian glanced at it and was extremely shocked. That was immortal grain rice. Lin Xian was too shocked. That was a type of rice which was also an ordinary food. The rice in front of them was not ordinary. It was known as an ancient variant. That was because it contained pure spiritual energy when it was planted. It could be said to be the same as spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, it was much more effective than ordinary spirit fruits. Moreover, it could be eaten as a meal. If one consumed it from a young age, the foundation and physique would be unimaginable. He did not expect old master Zhao to be planting such a thing. When he heard Lin Xian's words, old master Zhao raised his head again. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know about it? He had read about it in books before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Can you give me a few stalks, old master? Lin Xian asked. Old master Zhao laughed when he heard that. All right, it's fate that we meet. I'll give you a few stalks. Lin Xian picked 10 stalks, waved his hand and put them away. He cupped his fists and thanked old master Zhao with a smile. Next, old master Zhao continued to work on the unfinished ones. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing watched from the side. Pirates will die. Gradually, the two of them became serious again. That was because they realized that old Master Zhao's every movement was very ordinary, but there was an inexplicable charm to it. Returning to the basics, the two of them were shocked. Old Master Zhao was definitely a terrifying expert. That was because there were very few people who could do that. After some time, old Master Zhao was finally done with his work. He put the hoe in his hand aside, took off the bamboo hat on his head, and said with a smile, "Please take a seat." The few of them sat by the old lake. At that moment, the surface of the lake was sparkling. A gentle breeze blew, and it was very cool. "I've heard from Zhirua why you're here. The beast tide had started a year and a half ago. It had been intermittent, and it would come once every few months. However, there hasn't been a large-scale beast horde in Qianshan region yet. However, this matter has attracted the attention of all parties. We've investigated it. However, due to the lack of clues, we didn't find anything. However, after our analysis, the beast horde is indeed not ordinary. Moreover, the target of the beast horde is very obvious. They're all heading for the main cities. Among them, for main cities, including Wanren City, were attacked by the beast horde. The Nine Li dynasty also attached great importance to this matter. They sent a large number of experts to help suppress the beast horde. They even caught a few peerless monster kings and wanted to search their souls. They found useful information. Unfortunately, those peerless monster kings immediately self-destructed after they were caught. They even sacrificed a few peerless mighty figures. It's very crazy. Therefore, we can't get any useful information at all. However, if you really want to know something, you can go to Qianshan City. That's also a main city. Maybe you can find some information there." Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered when they heard that. They didn't expect that to be the case. Although they didn't get any specific information, they were sure that someone was secretly manipulating the beast horde. The self-destruction of the peerless monster kings was obviously to hide the information. It seems that the monster clans are making a big move recently. Moreover, they're attacking main cities. Their purpose is very obvious. Since they didn't get any information, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing didn't stay any longer. The two of them stood up. "Sorry to disturb you, old master." Then Zhao Zhirua left again with Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian. After Lin Xian and the others left completely, old Master Zhao's eyes flickered, and his expression was somewhat solemn. Chapter 2265. At this moment, although he was still wearing cloth clothes, he was definitely not ordinary. The aura on his body was like a peerless divine sword, revealing its sharpness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of him, ripples suddenly appeared on the huge lake, rippling out in circles. Following that, countless water pillars rushed up, and a huge monster slowly appeared under the water. Whoosh! Water splashed all over the sky, scattering in the air. Under the sunlight, it flickered with a crystal-clear light. A black shadow that was like a small mountain appeared in front of old Master Zhao. It was a turtle, a black turtle. Its body was as big as a black mountain. Its head was incomparably ferocious, and it was as big as a house. On its back was a black turtle shell with mysterious patterns on it. "Old man, you're dishonest. How dare you leak our information?" The black turtle spoke in human language, and there was a hint of fierceness in its eyes. "Humph!" Old Master Zhao snorted coldly, but he was not afraid. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, and his cold voice sounded. "Leak information? What did I leak? From the beginning to the end, I didn't say anything, right? Cunning human." The black turtle slowly bent down, and its huge head came in front of old Master Zhao. The coldness in its eyes was like 10,000-year-old ice. "Then what about now? Have you thought it through?" "No. This is an important matter, and I need to think carefully. If there's nothing, don't come out." Old Master Zhao said coldly with his hands behind his back. In front, the black turtle heard this and snorted coldly. However, its huge body slowly descended and disappeared into the water. Whoosh! Countless waves rolled. But with the disappearance of the black turtle, the entire lake returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. "Master, something bad has happened." In the Chiyu family, a figure hurriedly reported. What happened? He was flustered. The warriors of the Chiyu family were very puzzled. The Chiyu family leader also frowned. This time he had sent a large number of experts and joined forces with the other 3 families. It could be said that it was foolproof. Even if the Zhao family made a move, they would be able to resist. Therefore, during this period of time, he had been patiently waiting for news. At that moment, he frowned when he saw how flustered his subordinates were. "What have I always taught you? You have to be calm in the face of trouble. No matter what, my Scarlet Moon clan is still a big clan. Don't you know the rules of the clan?" Hearing this, the subordinate broke out in cold sweat. "Yes, Patriarch, I know I was wrong." The Red Moon Patriarch nodded slightly, then took a sip of spirit tea and asked indifferently, "What happened? Did you catch that brat?" "All he had to do was push him back." "No, that's not it. The people we sent were all annihilated. The 4 great clans were all annihilated." Clang! Hearing this, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch's body stiffened, and the smile on his face froze. The spirit tea in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The surrounding people were also stunned. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. The Chiyu clan member stood up and said coldly, "Damn it, what did you say?" "Say it again." This voice was like thunder, piercing through the void. The entire house even exploded, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. The subordinate trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. "Patriarch, all of our martial artists were annihilated. None of them came back alive." How was that possible? When the surrounding people of the Scarlet Moon clan heard this, they were all stunned and could not believe it. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's face was also ugly. To be honest, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. This time, he had sent nearly 100 martial artists. Moreover, he had joined forces with the other 3 great clans. With such a lineup, the Zhao clan would not be able to annihilate them. Damn it, who was the one who did it? Could it be that there was a terrifying force behind that brat? It was not anyone else, nor was it the Zhao clan. It was that brat who did it himself. He did it himself. Hearing this, everyone almost bit off their tongues. What a joke! A brat annihilated hundreds of kings with a raise of his hand? Damn it, do you think I'm an idiot? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch was furious. He slapped his subordinate to the ground, causing the subordinate to vomit blood and lie on the ground. He struggled to say, "Patriarch, it's true. Everyone in Stellar Sky City saw it." When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone in the city saw it. There was no way it could be fake. However, they still could not believe it. Could it be that the brat was a peerless mighty figure? A peerless mighty figure in his 20s. Heavens! Who exactly was that person? They did not dare to imagine. At that moment, an old man next to him frowned. "He's so young and so mysterious. That brat is very suspicious. Third Elder, what are you trying to say?" The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked. "Patriarch, have you forgotten? There was news from the prince's residence that a young demon king came from the Tai dynasty. He's the person who's wanted by the Tai dynasty. It's been confirmed that he's come to the 9 dynasty. Do you think it's that brat? Is there a portrait of him?" The Scarlet Moon Patriarch took a deep breath. With this reminder, he really did remember. Not long ago, the Tai dynasty had joined forces with the 9 dynasty and released an announcement nationwide. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch naturally received the announcement as well. However, they did not take it to heart at all, and they did not intend to interfere. After all, it was rumored that he was a very terrifying person. He was able to escape from the Tai dynasty alone. One could imagine how terrifying he was. But now, the Third Elder's words made him suspicious. It might be that brat in front of him. Yes, the Third Elder raised his hand and cast a light screen. Then a figure appeared in the void. That was the wanted person. In the sky, there was a three-dimensional image of a handsome young man. He didn't look very old, probably in his 20s. Is that him? The Scarlet Moon Patriarch asked coldly. The subordinate, who was beaten to the ground, raised his head and looked at the void. Then he trembled. That's right. It's him. What? It's really him. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those elders were extremely shocked. The Scarlet Moon Patriarch's pupils constricted. They did not expect that they had provoked such a terrifying demon king. But soon, a sinister smile appeared on his face. So what if that brat is strong? This time, the Tai dynasty had sent a large number of peerless powerhouses to hunt that brat down. Moreover, it was said that those who reported the news would be rewarded handsomely. It seems that we don't have to do anything to kill that brat. That's right. The surrounding elders all sneered malevolently. No matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for him to go against an entire dynasty. In their opinion, that brat was definitely going to die. Hurry up and send a message to the sixth prince. Tell him that we've found the murderer. Tell him to send someone over. Chapter 2266. Yes, a few subordinates quickly went to do it. However, at this moment, the Chi-Yu clan spoke again. Men, send someone to follow that kid. Don't show yourself. Just follow him secretly. Don't let that kid escape. Looking at the back of his subordinates, the Chi-Yu clan's leader grinned. Humph. This is what you get for going against my Chi-Yu clan. And that Zhao clan. Let's see how you deal with them this time. 9 Li Dynasty, White Cloud City. In the city, there was a manor that was extremely quiet. However, on this day, a few cultivators in armor descended from the sky. They walked over quickly with solemn expressions. General, there's news. The 3 cultivators knelt down on one knee with excited expressions. In front of them, a handsome middle-aged man sat on a huge rock. Hearing the voice, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a blade. It was General Xianying. Have you found that kid's whereabouts? General Xianying asked. Found him. He's in Tianxing City, in Qianshan region. Is the news reliable? It's reliable. It's from the Chi-Yu clan in Qianshan region. It said that the kid had a conflict with the Chi-Yu clan and even crippled their young master. The Chi-Yu clan sent out hundreds of kings, but they were all killed by the kid. Only then did they discover the kid's identity. Very good. General Xianying sneered. Since that's the case, let's do it. Send our men over and suppress them with the army. Also, inform the people of Hell to make a move. Hell might have already succeeded by the time we arrive. Yes, I'll do it right away. 3 figures soared into the sky, and General Xianying stood up as well. Kid, you can't escape from my grasp. Tianxing City, Zhao clan. Since they couldn't get any news here, Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng decided to go to Qianshan City to take a look. However, Zhao Zhirua hoped that they could play here for 2 days, or at least tour Tianxing City. Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng felt that it wouldn't take too much time to play for a day or 2, so they agreed. On this day, the 3 of them left the Zhao clan together. Lin Gongzi, junior sister Murong, our Tianxing City is still very fun. The snacks here are very delicious. Let me bring you to try them. Stellar Sky City was huge and was divided into many regions. If Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng were left alone, they might not be able to find it. However, Zhao Zhirua was familiar with the road and soon arrived. The streets ahead were bustling with noise and excitement. There were many martial artists in front of them. Moreover, all of them looked very excited and happy. Whoosh! The 3 snow lions stopped, and then Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and Zhao Zhirua alighted from a carriage. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Murong Qingcheng exclaimed. There were so many people. That was natural because the food here was delicious. Look, there are quite a few kings and even almighties among these martial artists. They were all regulars here. Let's go. Zhao Zhirua led the way while Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng followed behind. They looked at the food on both sides and gulped. To be honest, one of them had been cultivating in the sacred ground, while the other had been fighting nonstop. It could be said that they rarely had the time to stroll around the city, not to mention eating delicious food. Basically, apart from medicinal pills, Lin Xian only ate spirit fruits. Damn, it smells so good. Ben Huang could smell it. The crimson dragon came out of the black earth and looked around, drooling. The little white monkey was also mumbling. He looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and threw it away. He looked around curiously with his big eyes. Damn, Ben Huang wants to eat this. The crimson dragon stared at a big golden bird and could not move. The bird was as big as a house and was completely golden. It was currently being roasted on a huge fire rack. One could smell the aroma of roasted meat from afar. You guys have good taste. This is a 6-star golden sparrow king. Its meat is very fresh and contains a lot of energy. Do you guys want to try it? A 6-star demon king. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. They did not expect the food here to have such extraordinary origins. Ben Huang wants it. The crimson dragon did not say anything and directly tore off a piece of golden roasted meat. Pirates must die. Damn, it smells so good. Soon, the crimson dragon farmer laughed heartily. The little white monkey was also very curious and tore off a piece to eat. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Okay, I'll take it. Lin Xian bought the entire golden sparrow king directly. This scene shocked the surrounding people. One had to know that this was a 6-star demon king. It was definitely expensive. Most people would only buy a small piece. Those who bought the entire golden sparrow king were rich, and they were rich to an unimaginable extent. This 6-star demon king was indeed expensive, but Lin Xian did not care about this bit of money. I want to eat this. Murong Qingqing looked at the shop on the other side with her beautiful eyes flashing. The group walked over. The crimson dragon lifted the house-sized golden roasted meat with its 2 dragon claws and ate it as it walked. The little white monkey lay directly on the roasted meat. Although it usually liked to eat spirit fruits, it could not resist the fragrance of the roasted meat. The shop in front was also doing very well. Looking at the layer of white jelly-like things, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were curious. Shop owner, please give us an introduction. Zhao smiled. A middle-aged woman walked out. She looked at them and knew that they were of noble status, so she introduced them in detail. This is called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. It is made by mixing 13 types of spirit herbs with the earth spirit liquid. There are a total of 3 types in the shop. There are 100-year-old, 500-year-old, and 1,000-year-old. Age naturally refers to the age when the 13 types of spirit herbs were grown, and the prices are from low to high, especially the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. That's amazing. Ordinary people could not afford it. After all, 13 types of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were absolutely priceless. Lin Xian waved his hand and ordered 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed, "He's a tycoon, a true tycoon. He doesn't even bother to bargain when buying things." One had to know that people like them would only buy a 100-year-old spirit herb at most. Even the mighty figures would only buy a 500-year-old spirit herb. Those people are ordering 5 bowls of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Even mighty figures would not dare to spend like that. However, the wealth in Lin Xian's hands was far beyond their imagination. Buying 5 bowls was not a problem at all. Soon, each person had a bowl, and they ate with relish. Just like that, the group ate as they walked. The people around them were amazed. However, they also knew that the people in front of them were not ordinary people. Zhao Zhiro was the daughter of the Zhao family, and they knew that young man. Not long ago, that young man killed the powerhouses of the 4 major families with a slap. He was definitely a peerless prodigy. It was not surprising that such a person would be so wealthy. Lin Xian and the others ate and drank like crazy. However, at that moment they stopped in their tracks. A hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. Chapter 2267. Lin Xian and the others ate and drank crazily along the way. However, at that moment they stopped in their tracks. A hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. That was because many people had gathered in front of them, and there seemed to be some noise coming from them. Among them, a sharp voice pierced through the void. "Damn it! How dare you curse me? I'll tear your mouth apart!" What happened? They were curious and decided to go and take a look. Thus they walked over. Soon they discovered that there was an argument in front of them. One of the parties was an old man in a green robe who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. The other party was a sturdy middle-aged woman who was dressed very luxuriously. Moreover, the clothes she wore were even more dazzling. Just by looking at the necklace and ring, one could tell that they were extraordinary treasures. Obviously, she was a rich and powerful person. At that moment, the middle-aged woman, who was as strong as a bear, had her hands on her hips. Her eyes were filled with ferocity as she stared at the transcendent old man in front of her. "You're courting death, you old fool. How dare you say that I can't find a cultivation partner? Are you blind? I'm as beautiful as a fairy. How can I not find a cultivation partner? Damned liar! How dare you say that you can predict the entire world? Hurry up and return the money." The woman's voice was filled with endless power, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Obviously, she was an expert. On the other side, the transcendent old man had a helpless look on his face. He was holding a yellowed canvas in his hand. There were a few words written on it. "Immortal guides the way." He shook his head and sighed. "The heavenly secrets have already been revealed to you. How can I ask for the money back? No, I'm risking the heavenly tribulation to reveal the secret to you. I have to collect some compensation. Old man, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame me for being rude." The middle-aged woman grunted coldly. She reached out her hand and grabbed in front of her as if she wanted to grab the transcendent old man. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, she missed. The old man's body disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side. However, he was obviously very displeased. The old man shook his head and sighed. "Fine, fine, I'll take it that I'm unlucky. I don't want to fight with you. So, I'll return the compensation to you. If anything happens in the future, don't ask this old man for help." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and tossed out a supreme-grade, subdivine crystal. "Humph! Damn liar! Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." The middle-aged woman grabbed the top-grade, substandard divine crystal on the ground and left in a huff. When the surrounding people saw this, they wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. However, after the middle-aged woman left, they all started laughing. Was there even a need to calculate? She was clearly a tigress. Who would dare to cultivate with such a person? This old man was too honest. How could he dare to say such a thing? Fortunately, his skills were not bad. Otherwise, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. This old man even claimed to be an immortal guiding the way. No matter how I look at it, he's a liar. Initially, Lousy was fine with it, but when he heard the word liar, he was so angry that his beard straightened. He snorted coldly. "What do you people know? This old man has roamed the 4 seas, and his immortal tracks are untraceable. It wasn't easy for me to reach Stellar Sky City. This is your great fortune, yet you don't know how to cherish it. How dare you question this old man? Damn it!" The surrounding people, shook their heads in disbelief. Moreover, they increasingly felt that this old man was an old liar. Therefore, many people walked away. "Let's go too," Zhao Zhe said. She was not interested in this kind of thing. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others also turned around and left. However, at this moment, the sage-like old man in front of them turned his gaze. When he saw Zhao Zhirua, his eyes lit up. That was because he could tell that she was dressed extraordinarily. He could tell at a glance that she was very wealthy. Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Everyone, please listen to me." However, no one stopped. Lin Xian and the others didn't stop either. It seemed that no one wanted to pay attention to this old liar. When the old man saw this scene, he pinched his fingers. Immediately, a light flashed and he appeared in front of Lin Xian and the others. "You're leaving in a hurry. Can you listen to me?" Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others stopped in their tracks. This old man was quite fast. However, Zhao Zhirua obviously did not believe him. She said coldly, "We don't need any fortune-telling. Just leave." Murong Qingqing did not believe her either. Lin Xian shrugged, and the few of them prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the old man said, "Let me guess. Let me see, when you were 9 years old, something happened that changed your fate. When you were 13 years old, something else happened that changed your fate again. You've changed your fate twice, allowing you to soar and achieve what you have today." Buzz! Hearing that, Zhao Zhirua stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Countless runes flickered on her body. Her voice also became sharp. "Who are you? How do you know about me?" She seemed to be filled with shock. It seemed that the old man was right. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were also surprised. Could it be that the old man really knew fortune-telling? Of course. This old man is the one who calculated it. How about it? Do you believe me now? Hearing that, Zhao Zhirua's eyes flickered. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. Seeing that scene, the old man thought that they believed him. So he took a step forward and said in a low voice, "I don't want to hide it from you. I can see that your complexions are extraordinary, but your glabella is dark. There seems to be a bloody disaster in the near future." Uft. Hearing that, the crimson dragon spat out the monster king meat in its mouth. It bared its teeth and said, "Old man, it seems that I deserve to hit you. You're too good at bluffing. How dare you curse Ben Huang?" The crimson dragon stomped its feet angrily. Little White was also displeased. In addition, Zhao Zhirua's face darkened. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's mouths twitched. They originally thought that the old man was some kind of expert. However, they did not expect him to reveal his true nature. He was obviously bluffing them. "Old man, don't talk nonsense," Zhao Zhirua shouted coldly. The crimson dragon sneered at her. "Old man, you're trying to cheat Ben Huang of his money. You're courting death. Do you know who this girl is? She's a member of the Zhao family. The Zhao family is the overlord of this place. How dare you say that she's going to face a bloody disaster? Aren't you afraid that countless mighty figures will hunt you down?" Hearing that, the old man shrank his neck and muttered in his heart, "Damn, her identity is so precious. Is she going to play big this time?" However, his eyes flickered, and he gritted his teeth in the end. No matter how precious your identity is, there is indeed something that will affect you and even your family. If you don't handle it well, what nonsense. Zhao Zhirua's face was cold. This old man doesn't know what's good for him. A cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. Chapter 2268. The old man was completely unaware. He looked at them carefully and said, "All of you are doing this for the same reason." Then, his gaze swept past the few people. When he saw Lin Xian, his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously took a step back. "You." He pointed at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian's face darkened. What does the old man want to say? The old man said, "It's all because of you. Things haven't been going well for you recently, kid. You seem to be being hunted down. Moreover, the danger hasn't been resolved yet. Let me predict that you will be hunted down by even more experts in the future." Lin Xian did not believe it at first, but when he heard that, he immediately frowned. That was because the old man was right. He was indeed being hunted down by the Tai dynasty, and the Tai dynasty was still looking for him. Furthermore, there was also the War tribe. It could be said that the future would be very dangerous. However, Other than him, only Morong Qingqing knew about it. Other than that, even Zhao Zhihua did not know. How did the old man in front of him know about it? Could it be that he was really an expert? Lin Xian was puzzled. At the side, the crimson dragon also exclaimed in surprise, but it still snorted coldly. It threw away all the bones in its hand. It waved its dragon claws and said, "Old man, tell me, who is Ben Huang? If you can tell me, Ben Huang will believe you." The old man, Su Yixian, looked at the crimson dragon. Mysterious runes seemed to be flickering in his eyes. However, he was soon shocked and a look of fear appeared on his face. In fact, he even broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that, the crimson dragon asked, "Old man, what did you predict?" Su Yixian shook his head. I can't say. Stop pretending. Tell me. Otherwise, Ben Huang will roast you." The crimson dragon bared its teeth. Su Yixian said helplessly, "You shouldn't exist in this world." F***CK. What do you mean? He actually dared to curse Ben Huang. The crimson dragon was furious. What did he mean by it shouldn't exist? Is my existence a mistake? He was furious and wanted to attack. However, he was stopped by Lin Xian. The old man wiped his sweat and said, "Although your existence is a mistake, your existence will soon become reasonable." Acting all mysterious, the crimson dragon snorted in disdain. Lin Xian frowned as well, because he felt that what he said made sense. Because the crimson dragon was a dragon. That was a legendary mythological beast. Other than the crimson dragon, he had never seen a second real dragon. At most, they were flood dragons and tyrannosaurs that were related to the dragon clan. However, there had never been a true divine dragon. If that was the case, then the crimson dragon really shouldn't exist in this world. However, what did he mean by the existence of the future would become reasonable? Could it be that many dragons would appear in the future? Lin Xian still didn't know. However, he felt that the old man seemed to have some skills, so he said, "Old sir, take a look at it." As he said that, he pointed at the little white monkey. Su Yixian looked at the little white monkey, but after a long time her reaction was the same as before. She had a look of horror on her face, and then she shook her head. I can't say. Wu Ji, hearing that, Little White was also very dissatisfied and even threw the bone in her hand away. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, the little white monkey seemed to have an extraordinary background. He had his suspicions because Little White did indeed have many divine powers. She could make people dizzy, was extremely fast, and even had a treasure bowl. More importantly, she didn't seem to need to cultivate, and her strength would increase with time. That was really shocking. It could be said that the little white monkey was extremely mysterious, but Lin Xian still didn't know what kind of race it was. He originally thought that the old man would be able to see something, but the old man refused to say anything. Next, Su Yixian looked at Morong Qingqing and was also extremely shocked. He did not say anything else. He only said one word, Phoenix. Morong Qingqing was surprised because he did indeed have the Phoenix bloodline, and not many people knew about that secret. He did not expect the old man to be able to see through it. Could it be that the old man was really an expert? Old mister, then what about me? Lin Xian finally asked. He felt that the old man was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he could see something from him. Su Yixian finally looked at Lin Xian. However, this time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became incomparably pale. How is that possible? Su Yixian was extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. He said in horror, "No, I don't want to do the divination anymore. I don't want the money either. I want to live for another 2 years." Morong Qingqing, Zhao Zhihua, and the others were puzzled. What's going on? Why would he vomit blood after divining Lin Xian? That's too exaggerated. Your acting is too fake, old man. The crimson dragon pursed his lips. Lin Xian also frowned. Pirates must die, he asked. Old sir, what did you see? I don't know. I don't know anything. Young man, I beg you, let me go. I really want to live for another 2 years. Su Ishian turned around and left. However, his voice drifted over. What I said before is true. You're in danger recently, so you should be careful. After saying that, he turned into a streak of white light and ran away in an instant. What did that old man see? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the old man had guessed the identities of the Crimson Dragon and the little white monkey. But why did he vomit blood when it came to me? Ignore him, Xiao Xuanzi. He's an old liar. Crimson Dragon snorted coldly at the side. Lin Xian also sighed. All right, let's go. He felt that the old man might have some skills, but for some reason he could not tell them the truth. In that case, it was probably true that they were in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian reminded them, we should be careful. Right, senior sister Zhiruo, after today, we will leave and not return to the Zhao family. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the Zhao family in the future, you must cut off all ties between us. Just say that you have nothing to do with me, got it? What's going on? What happened? Zhiruo frowned. She thought that the old man was just talking nonsense, but judging from Lin Xian's reaction, he seemed to be hiding something. Lin Xian shook his head and did not say anything. However, he felt that he could not stay in the Zhao family any longer. He decided to walk around for a while and then say goodbye to Zhao Zhiruo. They were about to reach the end of the road, so there were fewer people around. However, at that moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. A terrifying murderous intent instantly emerged. Buzz! A hazy, smoke-like shadow suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian. Then, a bolt of lightning instantly pierced towards Lin Xian. Chapter 2269. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and the people around him exclaimed. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Xian pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and blocked in front of him. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the attack collided with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, emitting a thunderous sound. The terrifying force pushed him back, but fortunately the ancient Dragon Abyss sword was a heaven-grade treasure sword and was extremely hard, so it did not break. However, the powerful force caused the blood in Lin Xian's body to churn. Damn it! Who was it? Could it be that the people from the Tai dynasty were here? Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also shocked, and Zhao Zhuo was even more surprised. Su Ishian said that there was danger. Could it be that they were going to verify it now? She did not dare to imagine. However, she quickly put up a defense, and a realm surrounded her. Murong Qingqing also snorted, and a terrifying light shot out from his body. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also looked around. Who was it? Come out! The Crimson Dragon roared. Don't let Ben Huang catch you, or I'll roast you! Whoosh! At that moment, another flash of light appeared beside Lin Xian, and it was only 2 meters away from him. This time, Lin Xian finally saw the other party. It was a man in black, and his body was wrapped in a black mist. His face was also hazy, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, a black long sword was piercing toward him with a terrifying, murderous aura. Everything was too sudden. Even Lin Xian did not expect it, let alone Zhao Zhiruo and Murong Qingqing. The people around him were even more shocked. Someone actually dared to attack Lin Xian? He was courting death. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed hundreds of Challenger Realm cultivators alone. His terrifying strength was enough to make people tremble. Who would dare to attack him? However, there was someone who dared to assassinate Lin Xian. Boom! The terrifying sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light as it slashed towards Lin Xian's head. There was simply no way to dodge it, because this was a fatal blow. No one could have imagined that a second ago everything was fine, and in the next second such a terrifying killing intent would occur. Brat! The Crimson Dragon roared crazily and struck out with its claws, trying to stop them. However, his opponent's speed was simply too fast. Older brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, also cried out in alarm. A terrifying light surged from her body as the Jade Lake's great divine ability was quickly activated. The entire sky was trembling. However, although this divine ability was very powerful, it couldn't save him at all. Buzz, Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a biting, cold, murderous intent stabbing towards him. The sword had yet to reach him, but the terrifying murderous aura had already caused his entire body to turn cold. Get lost! Lin Xian roared when he saw that there was no way to dodge. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul erupted, and endless sword light emerged from his body. A dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword qi flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom! The void in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying collision sounded. A wave of air turned into a mushroom cloud that shot straight into the sky. The sky rumbled, and everything within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant, and the void split open as the cracks spread in all directions. Everyone's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. Many people were directly sent flying by this wave of air. Not good. Retreat quickly. The crimson dragon swung its tail and tore through the void as it quickly retreated. Zhao, Zhirua, and Murong Qingqing were also surrounded by countless rays of light as they floated backward like fairies. The terrifying sword light in front of them filled the 9 heavens. The entire place was in chaos, and it was impossible to see clearly. This scene naturally alarmed the entire Tianqing city. In an instant, countless powerful auras surged out like smoke signals. Then, countless figures rose into the sky. Who's fighting? Angry roars were heard, but when they saw the terrifying sword light in front of them, they were all stunned. What a terrifying aura! Could it be a battle between 2 peerless powerhouses? These people were extremely shocked, and their eyes were also fixed on the scene in front of them. Finally, the sword qi in front of them slowly disappeared, and the cracks in the sky quickly recovered. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened even more, because the most critical moment had arrived. They wanted to know what was going on. Was Lin Xian assassinated? In particular, Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon were extremely nervous. In front of them, a figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and his face was cold. He stood there like a god of death. Brother Xian! Seeing this figure, Murong Qingqing immediately exclaimed. That's right. The figure that appeared was naturally Lin Xian. Pirates must die. His hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. His clothes were pierced through. In front of him, there was a pool of blood. It was abnormally crystal clear like blood jade. That was the blood of a powerhouse, so it was naturally different from that of an ordinary person. Damn it, could it be that he's injured? Crimson Dragon's face also darkened. Where was that kid injured? They did not know, and they were very nervous. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through all directions. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Be careful, Qingqing. That guy is injured, but he's not dead yet." What? That guy is injured? Hearing that, everyone in the distance was shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to withstand such a terrifying killing move and even injure his opponent. That kind of strength is heaven-defying? Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon also heaved a sigh of relief, but then they became nervous. Their opponent was still there and he had disappeared. This was not a good thing for them. That was because their lives could be threatened at any time. They could not completely block that terrifying sword light. Lin Xian's face was even more gloomy. That was because it was too dangerous just now. If it was anyone else, even a peerless powerhouse, they would probably be killed. Fortunately, he had the great dragon's sword soul. At the crucial moment, he resisted the opponent and destroyed his opponent's killing move. Moreover, he injured his opponent. However, that figure was very fast and was not inferior to him. Therefore, he managed to dodge the fatal blow at the crucial moment. Damn it, who is that? Could it be a powerhouse from the war tribe? Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The threat that the other party gave him was not inferior to the Golden Lion King. In fact, it was even more intense. Although the Golden Lion King was domineering, it was not a sneak attack. And this person's sneak attack was impossible to guard against. If a peerless powerhouse was not careful, they would also die. No, it shouldn't be the war tribe. Lin Xian shook his head. This was obviously the behavior of an assassin. It was completely different from the war tribe's violence that was born for battle. Be careful, they're assassins. Lin Xian reminded as the dragon sword domain rose from his body. When Murong Qingqing and Zhao Zhihua saw the scene, they also quickly used their own domains. Buzz! Right at this moment, another shocking ray of light lit up. Then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Murong Qingqing like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 2270. The terrifying murderous intent appeared again, and the surrounding people retreated frantically. They had already put a safe distance between them, but now their scalps were still numb. That was because the aftermath of the murderous intent made their hearts beat wildly. They realized that if it were them, they would not be able to dodge at all. Qingqing, be careful! Lin Xian roared. He did not expect that these assassins would attack Murong Qingqing. How despicable! It was too fast, and he could not stop it in time. That was because, even after he called out, the sword light was still enveloping Murong Qingqing. Flying flower! At the critical moment, a jade lotus platform appeared under Murong Qingqing's feet. It spun rapidly and petals danced in the air. It was very dreamy. Those petals contained endless power and completely enveloped her. Clang! 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 Sure enough, in the next moment, the sword light collided with the dreamy petals, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The peerless murderous intent was like the vast Milky Way, and the murderous intent soared to the sky. However, Murong Qingqing was even more extraordinary. The flying flower divine ability she used was even more terrifying. That was a divine ability from the Western Emperor Scripture. The Western Emperor Scripture. The scripture of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was a cultivation technique created by the Great Emperor, and its power was unpredictable. At this moment, it was even more shocking. That shocking murderous aura could not penetrate the petals that filled the sky. The surrounding void shattered in an instant, and countless cracks appeared. However, Murong Qingqing's side was completely unharmed. Countless petals surrounded her. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up with an explosive light. Flying flower slash. Since her defense was ready, it was time for her to counterattack. With a wave of her hand, the petals that filled the sky formed a sharp light that slashed down from the sky. Endless light flickered, and the void in front of her exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. However, that blurry silhouette was very fast and actually dodged in advance. However, the crisis was not over, because when Murong Qingqing was attacked, Lin Xian was also attacked again. Moreover, the attack was even sharper and more terrifying. When Lin Xian saw that Murong Qingqing was being assassinated, he was enraged. He let out a long roar, wanting to rescue her. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed the demigods and semi-devils to the extreme and dodged to the side. At the same time, the dragon's sword domain quickly slashed out streams of sword chi. Wang! Peng! This shocking sword light brushed past his body. But fortunately, the sword chi formed by the dragon's sword domain directly knocked away this terrifying sword light. This time, that figure disappeared extremely quickly. When the attack failed, it directly disappeared into the void, turning into strands of green smoke, disappearing without a trace. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. The other party actually dared to attack. This made him angry and frightened at the same time. Not just one assassin, but at least two. The Crimson Dragon and the others also reacted and immediately roared. They all used their great abilities to protect themselves. Damn it, who is this person? Zhao Zhurua's face was incomparably ugly because this method had completely surpassed her imagination. Fortunately, the assassin did not attack her previously. Otherwise, she would not have been able to block it. The Crimson Dragon let out a long roar and waved its dragon claws. Immediately, a large formation flew out and completely enveloped Tianxing City. In the sky, countless rays of light flickered. No one could leave without a sound. As long as those assassins wanted to escape, it would immediately discover them. However, those assassins did not seem to have escaped at all. However, they did not appear either. It was as if they had disappeared. What a terrifying concealment ability! Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. She could not detect the other party at all. Who is this person? In the distance, the martial artists of Tianxing City were even more terrified. They retreated crazily, not daring to get close at all. What a joke! The previous 2 attacks were too shocking. Even the peerless powerhouses in the city felt their scalps go numb. Boom! However, there were a few figures in the sky, and their expressions were also solemn. One of them was a dignified man in battle armor, standing in the void. He was the city lord of Tianxing City. At this moment, his expression was extremely gloomy. The other one was from the Zhao family. He was an old man in cotton clothes. His eyes were like divine lamps, illuminating all directions. He was old Master Zhao, whom Lin Xian had seen before. His expression was also extremely solemn. That was because he realized that he could not detect the traces of those assassins. It was not just the 2 of them. At this moment, all the martial artists in Tianxing City were using their own secret techniques, trying to find the other party's traces. That was because they were afraid that those people would come to their side. However, soon there were exclamations of surprise. Damn it, how is that possible? I can't see them at all. I can't even detect a trace of their aura. Could it be that they had disappeared? Or had they left? They did not dare to imagine. Even the peerless powerhouses had ugly expressions. Zhao Zhurua snorted coldly. Damn it, I can't find them. Who are they? Lin Xian's expression was cold. His soul power quickly surged out and enveloped the entire Tianxing City. However, he could not find them either. This made his expression extremely solemn. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Suddenly, golden runes burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the dragon sword realm completely enveloped him, forming a layer of light. Outsiders could not see clearly at all. Lin Xian's eyes turned golden. He had activated the heavenly secret, Divine Eyes. He realized that the other party was too terrifying. He had no choice but to use this trump card. Golden runes flashed in his eyes. After activating the heavenly secret Divine Eyes, the whole world was different. As expected, Lin Xian saw 2 illusory figures flashing quickly near them. That speed was really shocking. Among them, a figure quietly came behind the Crimson Dragon. The killing sword in his hand was about to stab out. Humph! How dare you attack? Lin Xian was furious. He was now using the heavenly secret body and could still see the other party. Therefore, he did not hold back anymore. He pulled out his ancient sword. A sharp sword light slashed down from the sky. Boom! This sword slashed towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. It thought that Lin Xian was going to attack it. However, it soon understood. It swung its dragon tail and instantly left the place. Boom! The sword light slashed down. The sky was split in half. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. This figure was surrounded by a black mist. He looked like the god of death from hell. However, in the sword light, the mist on his body was quickly extinguished like a flame. His true body was revealed. It was a man in black. He wore tight black clothes and a ghost mask on his face. Therefore, even without the black mist, no one knew who he was. Damn it, how could it be? The mysterious masked man was also extremely terrified. He did not expect that the other party could hurt him. Chapter 2271. Damn it, how is that possible? The mysterious masked man was also extremely terrified. He did not expect the other party to be able to hurt him. Could it be that the other party has discovered my tracks? How is that possible? He could not believe it. He came from a very ancient and mysterious place, and his movement technique was passed down from ancient times. How is that possible? How did these people discover me? In the next moment, he turned into green smoke and disappeared again. Damn it! Assassinate Ben Huang? Go to hell! The Crimson Dragon was furious. If not for Lin Xian, he would have been attacked by now. He was from the Dragon Clan and had strong defenses. However, if he was hit, it would not be a joke. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily and spat out balls of dragon flames that covered the entire sky. However, the mysterious masked man did not appear again. What's going on? I've been hit. Could it be that he's discovered me? No one knew that in the sky, two figures were communicating with each other through voice transmission. I don't know, but that kid is probably just lucky. He can't have discovered us. The other person shook his head. There was a sword wound on his body, but it had stopped bleeding. Let's attack together and kill that kid. The two of them communicated secretly and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. No one around them knew what was going on. Even the Crimson Dragon and Morong Qingcheng did not know what was going on. However, Lin Xian sneered. Under the effect of the heavenly secret god eyes, he could clearly see the two figures. Naturally, he could also see the two blurry black figures rushing toward him. Demon Seal. Lin Xian held the ancient sword in his hand, and a terrifying killing move appeared and slashed in a direction beside him. Boom! As expected, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying backward. When Lin Xian saw that he had hit his opponent, he snorted coldly and used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword again. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the entire sky in front of him. At the same time, a lotus flower flew out from his fingertip and flew behind him. It repelled the other masked man. What? He had actually completely repelled it. How did he do it? Did he see it? Everyone was shocked. Even the Heavenly Star City's city lord and old man Zhao had grave expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them did not see each other either. But why was Lin Xian able to see it? They could not understand. At the same time, they were extremely shocked, because what happened today was truly beyond their expectations. The two terrifying assassins were far beyond their knowledge. Moreover, the strength displayed by Lin Xian shocked them even more. Even now, they still didn't know how the other party locked onto the enemy. The two of them were shocked, but the two ghost-masked assassins were even more shocked. Originally, they thought that the other party was just lucky to have found them the first time. But this time they were dumbfounded. That was because the other party was able to accurately send them flying. This was definitely not a blind guess. Instead, it was because the other party had really discovered their tracks. But how was that possible? One had to know that the two of them were from an extremely mysterious assassin organization. Their movement techniques were elusive, and even peerless almighties could not discover them. How did the other party, a young boy, discover them? They could not figure it out. However, there was no time for them to think, because Lin Xian held the ancient sword and attacked again. Boom! Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand and quickly swung it. Buzz! The priceless sword kept enlarging, like a huge mountain pressing down from the sky. The terrifying chaotic sword light shot straight into the sky. The void instantly collapsed, and the injured ghost-masked assassin was enveloped. Humph! The ghost-masked assassin roared, and an incomparably bright light erupted from his body. He would use the black sword in his hand to quickly counterattack. Boom! The two collided, and the sound of thousands of horses neighing was heard. Just the sound wave alone directly tore through the void. Although the ghost-masked assassin was powerful, he had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. This sword was extremely terrifying, and it contained Lin Xian's killing intent and anger. Therefore, in the next moment, the ghost-masked assassin was directly sent flying and vomited blood. Not only that, his arm was instantly broken. That powerful energy had shaken his internal organs to the point where they were seriously injured. Damn it! The ghost-masked assassin's expression finally changed. In the process of retreating, countless black smoke rose from his body and then merged into the void again and disappeared. The ghost-masked assassin behind him was also shocked. After he saw Lin Xian's methods, he did not attack, but instead used the same method. He merged into the void and disappeared. They were ready to retreat, because they were assassins and they were good at killing. If their attack failed, they would immediately flee 1,000 miles away. This was the rule of an assassin, and as the top, they naturally understood. More importantly, the young man in front of them was too strange. He seemed to be able to find their traces, so they had no choice but to temporarily leave. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the light of zero power burst out from his eyes. Previously, he was almost killed, so how could he let the two of them leave? Therefore, in the next moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he charged over. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes shone with a cold light. Mysterious runes appeared, causing Lin Xian to lock onto the two figures. Boom! The ancient dragon sword was incomparably powerful, and coupled with the sharp sword chi of the great dragon sword soul, it instantly cut through the void. It was like a peerless divine sword and directly slashed down. The entire sky was cut in half, and countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? The pupils of the two ghost-masked assassins shrank, and when they felt the sword chi descending from the sky, their faces became incomparably ugly, because just this attack alone was already not weaker than a peerless almighty. It seemed that this target was indeed as powerful as the rumors said. Originally, they thought that with the strength of the two of them, coupled with their assassination techniques, they could easily kill the other party. But now, it seemed that they had been careless and underestimated the other party. However, the two of them were not to be trifled with. With a roar, the two ghost-masked assassins erupted with unparalleled power, and then the two of them burst out with speed. Boom! In an instant, they dodged the terrifying sword light by a hair's breadth. But soon they screamed again, because after the sword light, the dense and terrifying sword chi in the sky fell from the sky. It was like a huge dragon dancing in the sky, sky-shattering. Another few ultimate moves, and the entire sky completely exploded. The two ghost-masked assassins could no longer resist. They were sent flying while vomiting blood. "Speak, who are you people? Who sent you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his sword forward, his body surging with killing intent. Chapter 2272. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even old Master Zhao, the city lord, and the peerless mighty figures felt their hearts skip a beat. That was because they did not notice the two masked men at all. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was actually able to capture his opponent's movements. That was unbelievable. Moreover, the combat strength that Lin Xian displayed made their hearts skip a beat. That kid's combat strength was comparable to that of a peerless mighty figure. The two masked men took out pills and quickly swallowed them to repair their injured bodies. At the same time, their faces were gloomy as they circulated their inner force. Buzz! They waved their long swords and released a terrifying sword light. It flickered with a cold light and slashed toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person spat out a black bead. The black bead continued to expand, and 18 skulls rushed out of it. Each of them was extremely ferocious as they charged toward Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! However, it was useless. Under Lin Xian's long sword, everything turned into ashes. The two masked men vomited blood and were sent flying again. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the other party was too powerful. Lin Xian held the ancient sword and said coldly, "Since you don't want to speak obediently, don't blame me for searching your souls." As he said that, he used the demigods and semi-devils to attack at his maximum speed. Boom! The great dragon's sword soul roared, and a terrifying sword light shot into the sky. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god that everyone looked up to. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, monstrous sword Qi slashed down, and each of them was like a huge mountain. They carried an extremely sharp force and crushed the void. He released 36 sword Qi in a row, and each sword Qi was like a giant dragon that covered the entire sky. The two masked men retreated in defeat and vomited blood. Countless sword wounds appeared on their bodies. One of them even had his arm cut off, almost splitting him in half. Damn it! Run! The two masked men's scalps went numb, and they did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the void. They quickly escaped. Humph! Dark red Shenong snorted coldly and waved his dragon claws. Trying to escape? How could this be? He quickly activated the formation. The terrifying formation flickered with light, cutting off all paths of retreat for the other party. Puff! Another sword slashed down, and the devil-masked man with the severed arm was directly cut into two. The lower half of his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The upper half of his body roared ferociously. That pain almost made him faint. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's large hand reached out and enveloped him. Boom! Countless sword Qi intertwined. First, it destroyed the opponent's spirit sea. Then, it turned into countless runes that sealed the opponent. Lin Xian tossed the crimson dragon to the crimson dragon. "Look after him. I'll search his soul later." As he spoke, his footsteps flashed as he charged towards another masked man. Damn it! The other masked man was so scared that his scalp went numb. His companion had already been subdued by the other party. He didn't dare to resist such means. Therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth again and spat out a large black flag. The large flag trembled in the wind and transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall mountain peak. Countless ghost Qi filled the air. Countless ghost faces roared in it. For a moment, the entire space seemed to have turned into hell. Obviously, that was a powerful, bejeweled artifact. Explode! A cold voice sounded, and the powerful, bejeweled artifact exploded. Terrifying energy filled the space, and the defensive formation was instantly torn apart. Countless black holes appeared in the sky. When the devil-masked man saw that, he smiled sinisterly and disappeared. In the next moment, the devil-masked man escaped from the broken black hole. Damn it! That guy wants to escape. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive as to self-destruct a top-grade, bejeweled artifact to destroy his formation. If the other party escaped, it would be impossible to catch him again. In fact, he had already lost track of the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His eyes flickered, and a sharp light burst out from them. Then he put away the ancient dragon abyss sword and held it in his left hand. A dragon-shaped longbow appeared. The ferocious dragon head roared, and its entire body emitted a blazing light. Endless energy gathered in his right hand and formed an arrow. Hum! Golden runes burst out from his eyes and locked onto the devil-masked man. In the next moment, Lin Xian pulled the longbow into a full moon. An arrow flew out. Boom! Wherever it passed, the space shattered. The arrow was extremely fast. When the devil-masked man sensed the aura behind him, he was scared out of his wits. He used a secret technique and burned the blood in his body to escape. However, it was useless. The arrow pierced through his heart. Puff! The devil-masked man was nailed in the void. His body trembled and blood flowed out. It splattered on the ground, creating countless deep pits. That was the blood of a king. It was extremely terrifying. Impossible, the devil-masked man said with difficulty. He did not expect the other party to be able to lock onto him and pierce through him. However, in the next moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you're dead meat. You can't escape. The sound made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, the devil-masked man's body suddenly expanded, and a violent force instantly exploded, sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of the cultivators in Stellar Sky City changed. Such a violent force was enough to destroy Stellar Sky City. Furthermore, it was likely that all of them would be affected. It was very likely that they would be killed. Boom! Boom! However, Stellar Sky City was not to be trifled with. 108 stars suddenly lit up and circled in the sky, forming a powerful light screen. It completely enveloped Stellar Sky City. This was the defensive formation of Stellar Sky City, and it was extremely powerful. Therefore, although the devil-masked man's self-destruction brought about a large amount of energy, it was all blocked by Stellar Sky City's formation. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. However, Lin Xian and the others' expressions were extremely solemn because the other party would rather self-destruct than leave behind any clues. One had to admit that this group of people was too terrifying. Fortunately, they still caught a devil-masked man. At this moment, he was already sealed. As long as they searched his soul, they should be able to find some clues. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flashed out. It was the Stellar Sky City's city lord and the old man of the Zhao family. Behind them, there were a few peerless powerhouses who were also rushing over. It seemed that they were also very curious about the identity of the devil-masked man. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. At the same time, the sword qi on his body all flowed into his body, and he returned to his true body. Ruzalong, search his soul, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the crimson dragon waved its claws, grabbed the devil-masked man's head, and began to search his soul. The others waited patiently. The devil-masked man was sealed and could not resist at all. However, at this moment, a strange scene happened. Chapter 2273. The masked man was sealed and couldn't resist at all. But at this moment, a strange scene happened. The masked man's body started burning on its own. Not only his body, but even his soul was burning, emitting a terrifying black flame that swept around. It pounced on Lin Xian, the crimson dragon, and everyone around. Damn it! How could this be? The crimson dragon frowned. Why did the masked man self-ignite? They had already sealed him. It shouldn't be like this. The masked man could still use his power? He couldn't understand. But in the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and extinguished all the black flames. The people around him also used their own methods. Lin Xian even raised his hand and shot out a layer of frost, completely freezing everything. But soon, his face turned extremely ugly, because the masked man in front of him had already burned into wisps of black flames and disappeared. Not only him, but the Sky Star City Lord and Lord Zhao also looked solemn. They originally wanted to investigate the masked man's identity, but now it seemed that the masked man was even more mysterious than they thought. This method seemed to be a restriction planted in their bodies by a peerless master. Once they encountered a method like soul capture, the restriction in their bodies would be activated and burn. The Sky Star City Lord said in a low voice, "It seems that the force they belong to must be very mysterious, and they did a very good job of keeping it a secret. I don't think any secrets will be leaked. Not only that, the masked man's movement technique is even more strange. I can't even catch him. It's unbelievable." Old man Zhao also said coldly, The other peerless masters also nodded silently. Indeed, they had investigated before, but they couldn't find any trace of the masked man at all. With a destructive restriction in their bodies, strange movement technique, and powerful assassination techniques, they should be terrifying assassins. Which assassin organization did they belong to? Snow Wolf? Sky Devouring? Judgment? These peerless masters named several top assassin organizations, which were very famous in the Ninely dynasty. But soon they shook their heads. These organizations definitely couldn't find such terrifying assassins. Perhaps the assassins from those organizations were stronger than the two devil-masked men, but their assassination techniques and terrifying movement techniques were incomparable. After all, a movement technique that even a peerless Almighty couldn't sense must be incomparably heaven-defying. The top assassin organizations in the country probably couldn't do it. What kind of organization was that? Could it be an assassin organization from another country? These people began to recall what kind of horrible killer organizations there were in the central continent. However, the Crimson Dragon frowned. With a wave of his dragon claw, countless rays of light condensed in front of him, forming a ghost face pattern. It was the mask worn by the devil-masked man. Seeing this scene, everyone raised their heads, extremely puzzled. Lin Xian also asked, "Rizalong, what did you find?" "This mask is very special. If my guess is correct, they should be people from hell." Hell! Hearing this, Zhao Zhirua and Morong Qingqing both frowned, feeling very confused. However, the eyelids of the Heavenly Star City's city lord and old man Zhao were twitching wildly. The other Almighties thought for a while and suddenly came to a realization. Their faces turned pale instantly. No way! Is it really that hell? Their faces were full of shock. "Grandpa, what is hell?" Zhao Zhirua was very curious. She and Murong Qingqing were from the younger generation and had never heard of hell. Lin Xian also frowned. Hell? What a strange name. However, looking at the expressions of the Crimson Dragon and Old Man Zhao, he knew that this name was definitely not simple, because these people were all peerless almighty figures. Just the name alone could make a peerless almighty figure pale. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the infernal realm was. On this true spirit continent, there were 3 extremely terrifying killer organizations that had been around for a long time. It was said that they had been passed down since the ancient times. Hell was one of them. These people seemed to have come from the 9 Serenities Hell and specialized in taking lives. No one who was targeted by them was able to escape, whether it was ordinary people or high and mighty kings. It was even rumored that they had successfully assassinated saints. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhirua gasped. Their faces were full of shock. Even saints could not escape from their evil clutches? They were simply too shocked. One had to know that the most powerful people in the world were the invincible kings. They were the monarchs of a country and the true peerless experts. Although saints could not be seen, any one of them could wipe out an entire region. Pirates must die. They were existences that completely surpassed invincible kings. Especially Lin Xian. He knew how terrifying a saint was, because he had a saint's hand bone in his hand. It was just a small piece of bone, but it possessed unparalleled power. One could imagine how terrifying a complete saint was. Such a terrifying existence could be assassinated by Hell's killers, and they even succeeded. Just how terrifying was the infernal realm? They did not dare to imagine. However, at this moment, Zhao Zhirua frowned. It shouldn't be. If Hell was so terrifying, it would be known by the world like the 9 empires and the Eastern Barrens' sacred ground. But why have we never heard of it? It's simple. It's because they've gone into hiding. Old Man Zhao continued. 30,000 years ago, the Hell organization went crazy because they received a mission from someone. They assassinated the sacred leaders of the 3 sacred grounds consecutively and completely enraged the Eastern Barren sacred ground. For a time, All the sacred grounds of the Eastern Barren, sacred ground, joined forces to fight against Hell. No matter how powerful Hell was, it could not resist the joint attack of so many sacred grounds. As a result, Hell was dealt a heavy blow in an instant. However, Hell was very mysterious. No one knew where their base was. Therefore, although they were severely damaged, they were not destroyed. For tens of thousands of years, they had been hiding. They did not appear in the world. Who would have thought that it would appear again this time? What? They assassinated 3 sacred leaders? Why did all the powerful people in the Eastern Barren, sacred ground join forces? Lin Xian and the others' eyelids twitched. The people of Hell were really crazy. Sacred leaders were as famous as the monarchs of the 9 empires of the Middle State. They were definitely supreme overlords. Even so, they were still assassinated. And 3 of them. One could imagine what kind of storm it caused in the Eastern Barren's sacred ground. However, what was even more shocking was that the entire Eastern Barren, sacred ground, could not destroy Hell. They could only suppress it. Just how terrifying was this Hell? They did not dare to imagine. Morong Qingsheng asked curiously, Senior, other than Hell, what are the other 2 organizations? Chapter 2274. That was because old Master Zhao had said that there were 3 major assassin organizations in the world, and Hell was only one of them. As for the other 2, they shouldn't be any worse than Hell. However, they had never heard of them either. The Heavenly Court and the Human World. The Heavenly Court, Hell, and the Human World. The 3 top assassin dynasties were supreme existences that had existed since ancient times. The Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice, something like what had happened 30,000 years ago had happened more than once. Previously, the human world had assassinated the emperors of the 9 dynasties and succeeded. At that time, 4 emperors of the 9 dynasties were killed, which infuriated them. In the end, the human world suffered the same fate as the human world. They kept a low profile and did not appear for tens of thousands of years. How could such a thing happen? Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the city lord of Sky Star's city, old Master Zhao, and the others flickered. They had also heard of this legend, but then they frowned. As for the Heavenly Court, it's even more mysterious. We don't know what it's like now. There isn't even a legend about it. Nothing is left behind. Lin Xian frowned and asked again, Rizalong, do you know? The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. I've heard of a legend. The Heavenly Court has been destroyed and no longer exists. What? Destroyed? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Old Master Zhao, the city lord of Sky Star City, and the others were in disbelief. The Heavenly Court was the most powerful assassin dynasty. It was rumored that it was even more terrifying than the human world and Hell. How could it be destroyed? That's right. Hell and the human world survived such a terrifying attack. How could the Heavenly Court be destroyed? It couldn't be helped because the Heavenly Court was even crazier. They actually attacked the clan of the Ancients. It was said that the Heavenly Court was very crazy and ambitious back then. They seemed to be carrying out a huge plan. Therefore, they attacked the clan of the Ancients. Moreover, they successfully assassinated the peerless prodigy of the clan of the Ancients. Right? Even the prodigy of the war race was assassinated back then. In the end, some of the clan of the Ancients were furious. They joined forces and activated 3 supreme weapons to destroy the Heavenly Court. What? How could such a thing happen? When old Master Zhao and the others heard this, they all sucked in a cold breath. The Heavenly Court was actually destroyed. Murong Qingqing was even more shocked. An extreme weapon was a weapon left behind by a great emperor. One was already heaven-defying. There was probably no one who could contend against 3 of them. A great emperor was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. His weapon was known as an extreme weapon, and its power was unimaginable. The power of an extreme-grade weapon was unimaginably terrifying. Of course, without a great emperor, the extreme-grade weapon would not be able to unleash its full power. Even so, if a peerless powerhouse used it, it would still be able to unleash a shocking attack. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had an extreme weapon, the West Imperial Tower. It was a weapon left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. It could be said that with the West Imperial Pagoda, no one would dare to attack the Jade Pool. After hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Who would have thought that there was such an ancient secret? Among them, Old Man Zhao, the Stellar Sky City Lord, and the others were even more astonished. How could the other party know a secret that they didn't know? Could it be that the other party's background was even more terrifying? Thinking of this, they all sucked in a cold breath. Kid, Hell hasn't appeared for a long time. They must be up to something big this time. Moreover, after this failure, they would definitely send even more terrifying assassins, because they wouldn't ruin their reputation. In the future, you really have to be careful. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Being targeted by such a terrifying organization, one could imagine that the future would be much more dangerous. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Damn it, who was it that dared to send such a person to kill him? Needless to say, it must be those people from the Tai dynasty and the War tribe. Otherwise, ordinary families wouldn't be able to afford such terrifying assassins. Tai dynasty, don't let me meet you or you'll be dead. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He felt that he couldn't stay in the Stellar Sky City any longer. He had to leave quickly and go to Qianshan City to see if there was any news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. If there wasn't, he would immediately leave this place. In short, he couldn't be pursued by the people from the Tai dynasty anymore. I'll help you find out who leaked the news, Morong Qingqing also said coldly. As the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, she had a lot of power. However, in order to keep a low profile, she usually didn't want to show her strength. But now, someone dared to threaten Lin Xian's life, so she couldn't care less. Senior sister, help me contact the people from the Jade Lake here. Okay. Zhao Zhira nodded and quickly went to contact the people. There was nothing she could do about it. Although she was the senior sister, Murong Qingqin was way more powerful than her. Because the saintess of the Jade Lake was the future master of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Such a status was extremely noble. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, for figures appeared in the sky. They were 4 beautiful women. As soon as they appeared, they shouted respectfully, "Saintess, go and find out who is in contact with the Tai dynasty. At the same time, pay attention to the people from the Kai dynasty. See what they've been doing recently. Also, find out the whereabouts of the Hell Assassin." Morong Qingqing said in a deep voice, then waved her jade-like hand. Buzz! The 4 beauties in front of her hurriedly turned into 4 streaks of light and disappeared into the sky. They had to admit that the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was very powerful and terrifying. Although this was not the Eastern Wilderness, it was not their territory. But soon they found out about this matter. Reporting to the saintess, the matter has been investigated. The people from the Tai dynasty found Lin Gongzi's traces. And this secret was leaked by the Qiyu clan. Qiyu clan? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Murong Qingqing also asked in a deep voice, "Then, is there any other news about the hell?" "No." The beauties shook their heads. "The hell is too mysterious. We can't get any information at all. All I know is that they were hired by the Tai dynasty for this mission." "Okay, I got it. You can leave." Murong Qingqing nodded. The beauties turned and left. "Big Brother Xian, what should we do?" Murong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "This Qiyu clan really doesn't know what's good for them. If it weren't for our strength, I'm afraid we would have been killed. Damn it, I won't let them go." "Are you going to attack the Qiyu clan?" Murong Qingqing asked. "I'll help you." "No need." Lin Xian shook his head. "You have a special status. It's not suitable for you to make a move at this time. After all, the Qiyu clan must have other forces behind them to be able to contact the Tai dynasty. It's not suitable for the Jade Lake to get involved. However, I don't have so many scruples. I'll let them know the consequences of plotting against me. Chapter 2275. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Old Man Zhao, the mayor, and the other almighties felt their eyelids twitch when they sensed the aura. The young man's aura was too terrifying. It seemed that the Crimson Moon clan was in trouble. Qingqing, you stay in the Zhao clan for a while. I'll go to the Crimson Moon clan. We'll leave once we're done. All right. Murong Qingqing nodded. She was not too worried. With Lin Xian's means, even if he encountered an almighty, he could easily leave. Ruzalong, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and turned into a sword light that shot up into the sky. The crimson dragon also swung its tail. The two of them shot up into the sky and disappeared. On the other side, Murong Qingqing stayed in the Zhao clan for the time being. Crimson Moon clan. The clan leader, Crimson Moon Soul, was leisurely swirling his wine glass. He looked at the dancing beauties in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Calculating the time, the people from the Tai dynasty should have made their move by now. He reckoned that the brat was very likely to be killed. Humph, what an arrogant kid. How dare he go against the Crimson Moon clan? I can kill him with a flick of my finger. Crimson Moon Soul was very happy. This time, they could kill a strong enemy without the need for their clan to do anything. For them, this was the best outcome. At this banquet, other than Crimson Moon Soul, the other elders and young talents of the clan were present. That was because they wanted to celebrate. Today was a good day to take revenge. At this moment, when they heard Crimson Moon Soul's words, the other elders laughed. No matter how strong that kid was, he couldn't go against the Tai dynasty. It was said that the Tai dynasty had sent countless experts this time. It would be easy for them to kill that kid. They didn't expect that kid to be so crazy. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. Crazy? He's just an idiot. Many people sneered. That Scarlet Moon, Ku also came. At this moment he was lying on a chair. Although his injuries had not recovered, his eyes carried a terrifying light. He was very excited because today the kid who injured him was finally going to be killed. How could he not be excited? Although he didn't personally deal with it, the fact that the other party was killed by the Tai dynasty could be considered as his revenge. The group of people drank and chatted happily. They were all very excited. There were even a few elders who decided to go to the Tai dynasty to see how the kid was killed. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and covered the entire Red Moon mansion. Damn it! What happened? Sensing this change, everyone's expression changed. One by one, they stood up and looked at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly torn apart. A terrifying crack appeared, extending for thousands of miles. Then, a divine sword fell from the sky. In the sky, the gigantic sky, piercing divine, sword descended, like a blue sky. That aura was extremely sharp, causing all the warriors of the Red Moon clan below to raise their heads. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless sword chi rushed into the sky. A large number of buildings fell, the ground cracked, and the surrounding palaces turned into ashes in an instant. Screams were heard and blood spurted out. Countless people fled. However, they were soon pierced by the sword chi. In an instant, the entire Red Moon clan was split in half. Half of them turned into ashes in an instant. An endless pit appeared on the ground, as if it was the 9 nether hell. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. A gigantic sword was inserted into the ground. It emitted a monstrous aura that could destroy the 9 heavens. Damn it! The elders and young geniuses of the Red Moon clan who were watching the performance at the banquet all stood up and roared crazily. The Red Moon Soul let out a long roar, and his body emitted a terrifying divine light. Who dares to attack the Red Moon clan? He was angry. He was really angry, because he never thought that someone would dare to attack the Red Moon clan. Moreover, the method was so sharp. When the sky-piercing divine sword descended, they didn't even have time to react. Moreover, the sky-piercing divine sword was too terrifying. In an instant, it shattered their clan's defensive array and sunk half of their residents. Countless Red Moon clan martial artists were killed. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air. Damn it! Kill! Kill them all! The Red Moon's soul roared. The surviving elders and martial artists all rose into the air. They were murderous, and their eyes were bloodshot. They were like demons. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Angry roars could be heard. These elders and martial artists were murderous, and their bodies were glowing brightly. Terrifying attacks rushed in all directions. Among them, there were even more people who attacked the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. Since they couldn't find the person, they had to destroy the sword first. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot as they attacked crazily. Boom! Boom! Dozens of elders and hundreds of young geniuses attacked in a frenzy. Divine abilities appeared one after another, and the violent energy could destroy everything. Boom! 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 The energy that filled the sky collided with the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them, creating a rumbling sound. Soon, their faces became extremely ugly, because such violent attacks did not cause any damage to the sky-piercing divine sword. In fact, there was not even a trace of a crack. Instead, their actions angered the sky-piercing divine sword even more. Buzz! Light surrounded it, and countless sword inscriptions flickered. Terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. There was even a loud dragon roar. Boom! 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 Ah! 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 Blood-curdling screams could be heard. Many martial artists were penetrated by the sword chi again, and some were directly split in half. Damn it! Who is it? Who is it? Everyone went crazy. The young martial artists did not stop retreating. The elders' faces were also extremely pale. The Red Moon Soul's eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. Set up the array. At the same time, gather all the survivors. Attack with all your might. He roared, and 18 silver flags appeared behind him. On each flag, light bloomed and runes rotated, emitting a terrifying aura. With a wave of his palm, the 18 flags expanded in the wind and transformed into towering mountains. They stood on the ground and completely surrounded the sky-piercing divine sword in front of them. This was one of the Red Moon Soul's Dharma treasures, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, when the 18 silver clouds combined, they could form a terrifying array that sealed everything. As expected, when the 18 flags fluttered in the wind, silver runes that filled the sky enveloped the sky-piercing divine sword, isolating all auras. Phew! Seeing this scene, the elders and young geniuses all heaved a sigh of relief. Then they let out frantic howls and gathered all the survivors. Chapter 2276. They quickly set up matrices and joined forces, preparing to completely seal the peerless divine sword in front of them. Boom! However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. That was because the peerless divine sword in front of them suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Endless rays of light turned into giant dragons that rushed in all directions. In an instant, the 18 silver flags were cut in half. Boom! 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 The energy explosion in the sky swept in all directions like a wave. Many people were hit again and did not even have time to scream. The others went crazy and unleashed several light barriers to defend themselves regardless of the price they had to pay. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you go against the Red Moon family? Do you really want to die? The Red Moon family is the 6th prince's people. A series of frenzied roars could be heard, but no one answered them. However, at that moment, a sneer sounded in the sky. The Red Moon family? Are they very powerful? How dare you secretly frame me? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being tortured." A cold voice sounded, and then two figures quickly descended. Whoosh! Soon, the two figures stood on the peerless divine sword. One of them was a handsome young man in red, and the other was a dark red divine dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. "What? It's you! You're not dead!" When everyone saw the figure in front of them, they were all stunned and screamed crazily. How could they not recognize him? That was because he was the enemy that they gritted their teeth and wanted to kill. However, wasn't he captured by the people of the Tai dynasty and brought back to be punished? Why was he here? That was impossible. Could it be that the people of the Tai dynasty had failed? They did not dare to imagine. "Damn it, it's him. Father, kill him. You must kill him." In the crowd, Red Moon lay on the ground and roared crazily. At that moment, he saw Lin Xian and roared crazily. However, when Lin Xian heard that, he sneered disdainfully. "You still want to kill me? Do you have the right to?" He was indeed angry. If the Red Moon family had not tipped him off, he would not have attracted the assassins from hell. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, he would have been killed by such a terrifying assassin. He was not the only one. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Zhao Zhao would probably all be killed. However, all of this was because of the Red Moon clan. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he had no intention of letting the Red Moon clan off today. He even dared to kill the Golden Lion King, let alone a small Red Moon clan. Do you have any last words? Leave them. If not, you can all go to hell. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He stood on the ancient dragon abyss, sword like a sword god, exuding a peerless killing intent. "You want to kill us?" He really overestimated himself. Red Moon snorted coldly. "Everyone listen up. Kill him at all costs. Die, brat." The three great beings joined hands and pounced over like madmen. A golden spear, a green saber, and a black shield. The three mighty figures were very fast and arrived in front of Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. The golden spears in their hands transformed into golden lightning that filled the sky and surged forward. The green saber turned into a dragon and slashed down crazily. The black shield continued to enlarge and turned into a black, demonic mountain. It crushed the void and enveloped Lin Xian. The three elders were all elite great beings. When they attacked, terrifying energy surged and terrifying light pierced through the void. However, it was useless. Lin Xian waved his hand and countless sword chi gathered, forming a sword shadow that he grabbed. Buzz! It slashed forward. Boom! The sword chi was resplendent like a comet. The golden light was split apart in an instant. The golden spear was split into two. Clang! The green saber broke. Boom! The black shield was penetrated and a terrifying black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The three elders were sent flying while vomiting blood. However, 3 more bloody wounds appeared on their necks, and 3 heads flew up. What? They were killed. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that they saw the scene, they were extremely shocked. Those were 3 elders. The 3 elite almighties were killed in an instant. What kind of method was this? They could not believe it. Damn it. Go. Kill him for me. Don't attack alone. 5 in a group, 10 in a team. Kill him. Red lunar spirit roared crazily. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the dozens of elders all rose into the sky. The hundreds of young geniuses behind them also attacked. Whoosh! The 3 elders formed hand seals and opened their mouths to spit out blue light that filled the sky. It turned into a terrifying wave as it surged forward. Boom! The 4 elders waved their hands quickly. Endless flames on their bodies pierced through the clouds and formed a fire chilin that roared in all directions. 8 symbols formation. The 8 elders quickly formed hand seals and joined forces to form a formation that descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian in an instant. The hundreds of elite geniuses attacked, even more crazily. Fire, lightning, vines, all sorts of mystical dharma spells and divine abilities quickly attacked. The light was dazzling like fireworks. The entire sky was completely covered and no one could be seen. There was only light dancing in the sky. Buzz. Roar. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the sword vibrated and everyone's weapons trembled as if they were about to leave their bodies. Damn it, how could this be? Everyone held onto the weapons in their hands tightly, their faces full of fear. Boom! In the next moment, their pupils constricted as they saw the void in front of them split open. A huge ancient sword swept over quickly. It was like a dragon swinging its tail. It was extremely terrifying. The Dharma spells, light, and Dharma spells that they used were instantly torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Boom! 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 Everything was cut into pieces. Hundreds of martial artists were instantly split in half. More than a dozen elders vomited blood. The remaining people frantically retreated, their faces full of fear. Patriarch, he's too powerful. Let's run. The remaining elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Form the Red Moon spell. I'll deal with him personally. Red Moon Spirit roared angrily. A sharp light burst out from his eyes, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. As the patriarch of the Red Moon family, he was a peerless powerhouse. At this moment, seeing that the other party was extremely powerful, he finally took the initiative to attack. A red armor appeared on his body, and a bright light shot into the sky. Not only that, a red scimitar appeared in his hand. It was like a red moon that emitted a terrifying aura. The remaining dozen or so elders and the remaining few hundred young elites also quickly formed a formation. They stood in various places in the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. Chapter 2277. In the sky, a vast formation appeared. It was like a sky map, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Moon Formation. It was the most terrifying formation of the Crimson Moon family. Everyone entered the formation, regardless of their cultivation level. The Crimson Moon Spirit roared. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The surviving members of the Crimson Moon family rushed over. They kept landing outside. They were all ordinary warriors, and some of them were not even kings. However, at this moment, they could not care less. All of them were instilling energy into the formation like crazy. The Crimson Moon family was a large family in Qianshan domain, and there were hundreds of light experts. There were even more kings, reaching thousands. As for the ordinary family disciples, there were millions of them. However, previously, Lin Xian had killed half of them with a single sword strike. In addition to the surrounding energy waves, there were only a few 100,000 people left. However, the combined power of these hundreds of thousands of people was still very terrifying. Moreover, with the support of the formation, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. Seeing that the Crimson Moon formation was set up, the Crimson Moon spirit finally heaved a sigh of relief. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, so what if you're strong? I don't believe that you can compete with my family's formation. Kill. With a roar, the Crimson Moon spirit held the red scimitar and charged over. At the same time, the Crimson Moon formation activated a terrifying energy, rushing out and killing Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. This energy was too terrifying. Even a peerless almighty could not resist it and would definitely be killed. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. He said, "Ruzalong, attack together!" Ben Huang could not wait any longer. The Crimson Dragon roared, emitting a terrifying aura. The dragon's roar made everyone's hearts tremble. In an instant, 7,000 low-level warriors exploded into a bloody mist. More people's scalps went numb. However, at this time, the formation had already been activated. Rays of piercing red light enveloped all of them. Only then did they resist the terrifying dragon's roar. However, the Crimson Dragon didn't only have these few abilities. He was a true dragon with countless great abilities. In an instant, terrifying divine abilities were unleashed, bombarding the Crimson Moon Grand Formation in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. Terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. All the energy that came close would be destroyed. At the same time, he charged towards Red Lunar Soul. Boom! Spirit Red Moon snorted coldly as a blood-red moon appeared behind him. It was dazzling. This was his king's domain. At this moment, it had transformed into a blood moon that continuously rotated. Red light swirled in the sky, forming a terrifying killing intent. It was as if it could suppress everything. Humph! Lin Xian also unleashed the dragon, sword domain. The sword chi that filled the sky turned into an azure dragon under his feet, bringing him along as he flew quickly. In an instant, he arrived in front of Red Moon Spirit. As the ancient Dragon Abyss sword slashed down, chaotic sword chi gushed out. Clang! The Red Moon Spirit saber blocked the attack. The full moon saber collided with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, emitting a sonorous sound. Intense thunderbolts fell all around, shattering the void. Then, the two retreated 300 meters each. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. This Red Lunar Soul was indeed worthy of being the family head. His strength was indeed terrifying. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy and extremely ugly. The other party was actually able to contend with him. It was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, how was this possible? He couldn't believe that a brat actually had the combat strength of a peerless almighty. This made him crazy. In the next moment, his eyes turned red and the full moon behind him rotated crazily. Red moon slash, go to hell! As the saber slashed down, a red light flickered. A gigantic moon rose up in the sky and shot towards Lin Xian at high speed. It was like a demonic wheel that could destroy the world. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. In an instant, the terrifying blood moon arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and punched. Burning Sun Fist. This was a great ability of the war tribe. At this moment, he used it. In the sky, countless black flames jumped, forming a black sun that burned fiercely. Boom! 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 The sun and moon collided and the world was dark. Terrifying energy erupted. Both of them raised their domains and blocked the energy impact. Clang! In the next moment, the red lunar treasured saber and the ancient Dragon Abyss sword collided, erupting into thousands of rays of light. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and terrifying sound waves shook the surroundings. The Red Lunar family's warriors in the distance screamed in pain. Their ears bled as they kept retreating. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The originally broken mansion once again became a mess. Pirates must die, clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged blows, and the sound of thunder was endless. Damn it, how could he block it? Red Lunar Soul's face was gloomy, and his eyes burned with flames. He was going crazy with anger. He was the leader of a family, and was powerful. He was a peerless almighty. Moreover, at this moment, he was going all out. Logically speaking, killing the younger generation should be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party was incomparably powerful and was actually able to fight evenly with him. In fact, there wasn't even any sign of defeat. Damn it, go to hell! Red Lunar Soul roared, and his eyes were cold. He opened his mouth and spat out balls of red flames that burned in the sky. Red lunar divine fire. Terrifying flames filled the void, piercing through space and quickly pouncing toward Lin Xian. This divine fire came from his family's unique ability. It was formed by using endless moonlight and the earth's spiritual fire. It was extremely terrifying. Even a peerless almighty of the same level wouldn't dare to resist it. Anyone below the level of a peerless almighty would be turned into ashes. Kid, go to hell. Red lunar soul sneered and controlled the endless divine fire. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted. Endless ice aura burst out from his body, and a huge ice goddess rushed out. The wings flapped, and the world was frozen. The entire space turned into a world of ice. Boom! Boom! Ice and fire collided, and a terrifying power erupted again. It was blocked again. In the distance, Red Lunar Soul was shocked. When the other family members saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They were well aware of the strength of their clan leader. He was absolutely incomparably powerful. But now, he couldn't do anything to the other party. This made their hearts go cold. Could it be that the other party was already so powerful? Boom! 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 However, at this moment, they didn't have time to think too much, because a terrifying force bombarded the array, causing them to vomit blood. Tens of thousands of warriors vomited blood at the same time. The blood gathered into a sea of blood in the air, and it was extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha! You want to fight against Ben Huang with just trash like you? You're overestimating yourselves. The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly in the air like a peerless demon king. The other warriors of the Red Lunar Soul clan looked extremely ferocious. Kill! Kill for me! Kill this damned loach! A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely intense. On the other side, Red Lunar Soul's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that his red lunar divine fire couldn't cause any harm to the other party. Death Saber. Go to hell. Chapter 2278. Death Saber. Go to hell. 36 saber lights appeared in the sky. Each of them was 1,000 meters long, burning fiercely and carrying a terrifying power. They fell at the same time. Boom! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The power of this move was definitely enough to threaten him. Therefore, he quickly used the demigods and semi-devils and dodged instantly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the place where he was standing collapsed. Black holes quickly appeared one after another, flashing in the sky. Although he was not hit, the aftershock still hit him. It caused the blood in his body to surge. As expected of the patriarch of a family, he was indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. In the next moment, he used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed upward. Buzz! This sword light was too fast. It was like lightning, and in an instant, it slashed toward Red Lunar Spirit. So fast! Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. To be honest, he had never seen such a fast sword before. He knew that he could not dodge it. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Endless light erupted from his body, and a red armor instantly covered his body, completely enveloping him. Clang! In the next moment, an earth-shattering collision sounded. Sparks flew and pierced through the void. The powerful force sent Red Lunar Spirit flying once again. After flying for a few thousand meters, Red Lunar Soul finally stopped. But soon he sneered, "Kid, it's useless. This is the Zhan family's top-grade treasure, the moon armor. You can't break it at all." Red Lunar Spirit looked up to the sky and laughed, his expression extremely ferocious. "You can't break my defense. Next, watch how I kill you." This moon armor was the treasure of the Red Lunar Spirit family. There were only 2 of them. One of them was on him. With his cultivation and this armor, his opponent would definitely not be able to break it. He did not believe that his opponent had the same level of armor. Therefore, in his opinion, his opponent was still inferior to him. As long as he attacked with all his strength, he could definitely kill his opponent. Buzz. Sure enough, he did the same. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and quickly charged over. Can't break your armor? You're thinking too much. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent, at most, had a top-grade, Earth-grade armor. So what? He had a heaven-grade treasure in his hand. He could definitely break through his opponent's defense. Sure enough, in the next moment, runes flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and the terrifying great dragon sword soul within his body erupted once more. Battle song. The terrifying sword light streaked across the sky and landed on Red Lunar Spirit's body. The moon battle armor on his body emitted cracking sounds as countless cracks appeared. A terrifying gash appeared on the armor, and blood spurted out instantly. What? It was broken. This was impossible. When the clansmen in the distance saw this scene, they all went crazy. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That was the armor of the moon. It was extremely terrifying. Even mighty figures of the same level might not be able to break it. However, this brat actually sliced it open with a single sword. Damn it, how could this be? Red Lunar Spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. This sword strike had injured him. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it still affected him, especially the sword chi on the wound. It was actually impossible to erase it. Damn it, how could he break through my armor? Red Lunar Spirit simply couldn't understand. This was a top-grade battle armor. What grade of weapon was that sword in his hand? His eyes were filled with madness as he stared straight ahead. Brat, this treasure sword of yours is mine. To be able to cut through his armor, the grade of this treasure sword must be even more terrifying. If he could obtain it, his combat strength would definitely increase again. Even now, you still dare to have designs on my treasure sword? Looks like you really don't know your fate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He felt that it was time to end the battle. In the next moment, the sword light on his body became even sharper. A shocking sword chi swept in all directions. Not good. Red Lunar Spirit's scalp went numb when he saw this. In the next moment, he also roared angrily. The blood-red moon behind him spun rapidly, erupting with countless rays of light that entered his body. Kill! The blood-red moon hung in the sky. Red Lunar Spirit's combat strength soared again as he quickly charged over. However, Lin Xian did not meet the attack. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Buzz! In the next moment, golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Floating light. Buzz! Red Lunar Spirit's body stiffened. He felt that his soul seemed to be attracted to a strange place. In the next moment, his eyes turned blank and he stopped in midair. Sky-shattering. The ancient dragon abyss sword enlarged to 100 feet long and slashed fiercely on Red Lunar Spirit's body. Red Lunar Spirit immediately spat out blood and flew backward. The armor on his body was shattered and his flesh was badly mutilated. Boom! His body was like a meteor that smashed into the ground, bursting out a few thousand meters long cracks. The surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant. The sky was filled with dust and fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Patriarch! Damn it, this is impossible. They roared crazily, their faces full of shock. Why didn't the Patriarch dodge? They could not understand. How could they know that Red Lunar Spirit was under an illusion and instantly lost himself? Buzz! Lin Xian succeeded and did not stop. On his fingertips, the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out and flew down, forming a blue and black energy ball again and exploding fiercely. Ah! Red Lunar Spirit screamed. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from his body. The sword and the Hell's Ice Lotus had caused him serious injuries, but fortunately he was a peerless almighty and was not killed. However, it still made him crazy. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. He was angry, really angry. He did not expect that he would fall so badly in the hands of a brat. Buzz! In the next moment, countless blood-colored patterns appeared on his body, forming a mysterious rune above his head. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful soul attack. But this time you can't hurt me at all. This mysterious rune looked like a pagoda that completely protected Red Lunar Spirit's soul. At the same time, Red Lunar Spirit laughed sinisterly. Don't think that only you can use soul attacks. Next, I will let you have a taste of my power. He was like a god of death as he quickly rose into the air. As he walked, he swallowed countless pills to heal the wounds on his body. Tens of thousands of rays of light wrapped around him and quickly healed him. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles gathered towards his body. Soul slashing blade. With a roar, the blade slashed down. Between heaven and earth, an invisible force rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul trembled. He felt a terrifying danger. However, there was no blade light between heaven and earth. This was a soul attack. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that this was definitely a terrifying soul attack, but he did not expect that the other party really had such a method. In the next moment, the heavenly secret god eyes rotated and endless Dao patterns appeared, allowing Lin Xian to finally see clearly. A transparent blade light surged towards him. Buzz! His body swayed and he quickly dodged. It's useless, you can't escape. The soul slashing blade slashed your soul. No matter where you escape to, it will chase you. Chapter 2279. It's useless, you can't escape. The soul severing blade slashed your soul. No matter where you run to, it will chase you. Red Lunar Spirit did not attack again. His face was pale as he panted heavily. It was obvious that using the soul-severing blade consumed a lot of his energy. For a short period of time, he would not be able to attack again. However, he was not afraid. The moment the soul-severing blade appeared, the other party was already flustered and had no chance to attack him. He took advantage of this time to quickly heal his injuries. Damn it! Sure enough, Lin Xian dodged everywhere and found that the soul-severing blade was still chasing him. It was like a blade of death hanging above his head. Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lin Xian stopped abruptly and turned around. Mysterious golden runes flashed in his right eye and burned his soul. Whoosh! The terrifying soul-severing blade that ordinary people could not see suddenly burned. Damn it! How could this be? In the distance, Red Lunar Spirit, who was still recovering from his injuries, suddenly trembled and roared crazily. Impossible! Damn it! How could this be impossible? Kill it for me! He roared crazily as the veins on his forehead bulged. More soul power was injected into the soul-severing blade. This soul-severing blade was very powerful. It specialized in cutting souls and was impossible to guard against. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to block a sudden attack. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian this time. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was incomparably mysterious, and the divine ability it used was even more terrifying. Sure enough, in the next moment, the soul-severing blade burned fiercely, but it was unable to extinguish the mysterious soul flame. Soon, the soul-severing blade disappeared into the sky. Red Lunar Spirit also screamed. He hugged his head with a crazed expression. The soul-severing blade was condensed from his soul. Now that the soul-severing blade was destroyed, his soul was also severely injured. The pain was 10 times or 100 times more painful than the injuries on his body. It's over. Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and charged over. Below, the Red Lunar Spirit clan warriors saw this scene and screamed crazily. Patriarch, run! They quickly reminded him. At the same time, they activated the Crimson Moon Great Formation and unleashed terrifying attacks in an attempt to intercept Lin Xian. 30,000 fire crows soared into the sky from the array formation, forming rivers of fire that blocked Lin Xian's path. Not only that, those fire crows quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's sword slashed down, and the fire crow in front of him was directly split in half. A vacuum appeared in the sky as Lin Xian strode forward. Pum! Another shocking sword light flashed, and Red Moon's soul was sent flying. There was a terrifying sword wound on his body, and he was almost cut in half. Damn it! He clenched his teeth and roared. He quickly swallowed a healing pill. However, the injury to his soul couldn't be healed in a short period of time. He could only temporarily suppress it. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shot out a pagoda. Then he turned around and fled. The pagoda floated above his head, sending down tens of thousands of rays of light to defend himself. As for him, he fled into the distance. "Ancestor, save me!" he roared crazily. The direction he fled in was the center of the Red Moon clan. Humph! A cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. It sounded like tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The void exploded, and a crack that was close to 10,000 meters long appeared. "Why did you disturb me?" A cold voice sounded. Red Moon's soul couldn't care about anything else. He roared crazily. "Ancestor, the clan is in danger. An expert is coming to kill us. My Red Moon clan is about to be destroyed." Hearing this, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from below. It was like a mountain flood that swept across the world. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The aura made one's hair stand on end. Ancestor. The ancestor had come out of seclusion. All the Red Moon clan's martial artists in the surroundings shouted crazily. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His eyes flickered. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also frowned. They didn't expect that there would be someone else here, and it seemed to be the ancestor of the Red Moon clan. It should be an even more terrifying existence. "Ruzalong, hurry up and get rid of them." Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. At the same time, he let out a long roar. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. The Crimson Dragon used the Dragon Clan's divine ability and quickly killed the surrounding people. Ah, those people were caught off guard. Thousands of them were directly killed. Flames swept across the sky. In front, Red Moon's soul screamed, "Ancestor, save me!" In the face of this shocking sword, he had no ability to resist at all. This was because he had suffered heavy injuries, especially the injury to his soul. It had greatly reduced his combat strength. Humph! Who dares to cause trouble in my Red Moon clan? A cold voice sounded. Then, an old figure appeared in the void. It was an old man with long hair that reached his ankles. His face was full of vicissitudes. He was wearing a white robe, but his eyes were extremely sharp. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the shocking light. He was saved. Red Moon's soul heaved a sigh of relief and quickly came to the old man's side. He swallowed another pill to heal his injuries. The old man's face was gloomy. His gaze was like a blade that swept across the surroundings. When he saw the destroyed mansion and the sea of blood and corpses, his old face darkened to the extreme. What's going on? Which family dares to massacre my Red Moon clan? He was furious. However, when he saw that the enemy was only a human and a dragon, he was even more shocked. Originally, he thought that an organization that could cause such damage to the Red Moon clan would definitely not be inferior to the Red Moon clan. It was very likely that several families had joined hands. However, he did not find a large group of enemies. He only found a human and a dragon. Could it be that these two fellows were the ones who destroyed the Crimson Moon clan? Ancestor, these two people are very evil, especially this kid. His combat strength has reached the realm of a peerless almighty. I'm no match for him. What? He has reached the realm of a peerless almighty. When the old man heard this, his eyelids twitched. Then his eyes were like a lamp as he stared at Lin Xian. How could this be? He frowned. He guessed that the other party should not be a young man. He should be an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. However, he used a secret technique to check the other party's bones. He was very young, obviously in his 20s. Damn it, Could it be that someone had taken over the young man's body? He absolutely did not believe that a young man had the strength of a peerless almighty, unless the other party was a prince. However, looking at the other party's appearance, it was definitely not. However, no matter what the other party's situation was, he would not allow the other party to attack again. Humph! He snorted coldly. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Red Moon clan? Cut the crap! Old man, who are you? How dare you stop me? Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. You're courting death. This is the ancestor of my Red Moon clan. Red Moon's soul roared angrily. Red Moon ancestor's face also darkened. How many years had it been since the other party dared to scold him? Red Moon ancestor? So what? Do you really think you can stop me? No one in the world can stop me from killing someone if I want to. Chapter 2280. Then, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. Soul burning. Whoosh! Ah! Soul Red Moon shrieked miserably, looking extremely miserable. Ancestor, save me! He roared crazily, trying to ask for help. Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit's pupils constricted. Damn it, soul attack! Buzz! He hurriedly performed a secret technique, and a rune appeared on his forehead. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Red Lunar Spirit clan that was used to block soul attacks. Then he spat out a blue bead that covered Red Lunar Spirit. The blue bead emitted a blue light, trying to save Red Lunar Spirit's soul. However, they had underestimated the heavenly secret divine eyes. It was useless, and no one could save Red Lunar Spirit. Sure enough, Red Lunar Spirit stopped resisting. His eyes were empty, and his body fell from the sky. This was because his soul had already been obliterated. Patriarch! Everyone roared crazily. When they saw that their patriarch had no reaction, they were stunned. Their patriarch had been killed. Thinking of this, their scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Fortunately, their ancestor was still around. Otherwise, they would have escaped long ago. Ah! These people raised their heads and shouted crazily, Ancestor, please avenge us! Ancestor, kill this brat! You must kill him! Ancestor Red Lunar Spirit was trembling with anger. The other party had killed their patriarch in front of him, and he could not tolerate it. Damn brat, go to hell! He was furious, and in the next moment he slapped out his palm. The thorny red palm carried a sky full of multicolored light, and it smashed down like a volcano. Boom! 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 Along with this palm, the ground below cracked open, and 8 fire pillars appeared. They shot straight into the sky, and together with the sky-covering palm, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Just as Lin Xian was about to be refined, a shocking roar was heard. Then an azure dragon shot into the sky, and it kept expanding. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swept in all directions. Boom! 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 All the attacks were shattered, and the azure dragon circled around Lin Xian's body and then disappeared into it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, held the ancient sword in his hand and stood in the air like a god of death. What a terrifying sword energy! He was actually a swordsman. Old ancestor Qiyu frowned. The attack power of a swordsman was extremely strong among those of the same level. It was very difficult to deal with them. It seemed like it was time to use his ultimate move. Old ancestor Qi, you coldly snorted. Brat, I'll let you see the results of my 300 years of closed-door cultivation. Today, I will use you as an example. Ancestor Red Moon coldly snorted. His body emitted a hazy radiance, and his terrifying aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a red weapon. It was only the size of a palm and had an irregular shape. From the looks of it, it was not a precious artifact. It was probably just a broken fragment. However, as soon as the fragment appeared, it suddenly enlarged and formed a huge red volcano. blocking all of the sword qi in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned, and the crimson dragon's eyelids twitched. What is this thing? How can it be so strong? The two of them were indeed shocked. Although it was just a fragment, its aura was too shocking. It definitely surpassed an Earth-class artifact. Brat, be careful. This should be a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact. A Heaven-class artifact? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The crimson dragon beside him said that's right. A Heaven-class artifact is above an Earth-class artifact. However, it can't reach the power of a Heaven-class artifact, so it's called a Heaven-class artifact. However, its power still exceeds an Earth-class artifact. This old man has thousands of years of cultivation, and now he has a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact. Its power definitely surpasses the Crimson Moon Soul from before. You have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and operated the great dragon's sword soul in his body. However, he wasn't too afraid, because the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand was a true Heaven-class artifact. Brat, go to hell. Taking out the Heaven-class artifact, old Ancestor Chi Yu sneered and waved his hand. The artifact emitted a hazy radiance, and mysterious patterns appeared. Boom! A red ray of light slashed out. Clang! Lin Xian blocked with his giant sword, and a terrifying sword light formed a sword screen in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack. A thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, and he was forced back 2,000 meters. He's really strong. He's much stronger than the Crimson Moon Soul from before. Feeling the opponent's power, Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that this old man was definitely a powerhouse. On the other side, old Ancestor Chi Yu was also surprised. You can actually block my attack? No wonder you're so arrogant. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Kill. He activated the Heaven-class artifact fragment and quickly charged over. The Heaven-class artifact fragment kept changing, and in the end, it turned into a 2-meter-long red light that slashed over. Its power was absolutely terrifying, and it was even more terrifying than a top-class artifact. In an instant, the void was mercilessly cut open, and a 3,000-meter-long crack appeared, and it continued to spread. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and with the ancient sword in his hand, he fought against it. The two collided in the sky, forming countless rays of light and then exploding. The sky was like a brilliant firework, extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 moves had passed. Lin Xian roared angrily, and his sword qi suddenly erupted, sending the opponent's fragment flying. The fragment flew out and circled around old Ancestor Chi Yu like a meteor. Old Ancestor Chi Yu was extremely shocked. Damn it! How is this possible? How could I block it? To be honest, he was too shocked. One had to know that this was a fragment of a Heaven-class artifact, and it could shatter any Earth-class treasure chi. After he obtained it, he refined it for 300 years and fused it with his body. When he used heavenly treasures and precious metals, it could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, as long as he used this treasure, he could instantly kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect that his opponent could block it. Damn it! What is the sword in his opponent's hand? He couldn't understand. Old man, it's over. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer, or the people of the Tai dynasty would arrive soon. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. He had used floating light once and burning soul twice, which consumed a lot of Lin Xian's soul. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a pill to recover his soul, and with his current soul power, he could use it twice more. However, he wouldn't use it easily. Lin Xian decided to use the great dragon's sword soul. Kill! With a roar, the power of the great dragon sword soul erupted, and the dragon sword realm quickly flew out, forming a dragon-shaped phantom in front of Lin Xian. Then it merged with the dragon abyss ancient sword. Chapter 2281. Buzz. The ancient dragon abyss sword emitted a dazzling light. Demon seal. Battle song. Sky shattering. The three killer moves were used one after another. Heaven and earth were shattered and nothing could stop them. Damn it, how could this be? Ancestor Chi Yu's expression changed. He felt a threat to his life. How could the other party's combat strength be so strong? He could even threaten him. He did not dare to be careless, and another moon armor appeared on his body. There were two moon armors. One of them was on Ancestor Chi Yu, and the other was on him. As soon as the moon armor appeared, it covered his entire body and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, he was still worried and focused his terrifying power on the fragment of the heavenly secret treasure. Buzz! The fragment enlarged again and formed a huge mountain in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and the heavens collapsed. The surrounding 10,000 miles were completely enveloped by countless sword chi. Tens of thousands of sword lights appeared in the sky, and everything was annihilated. Below, many martial artists were directly sent flying. The Crimson Dragon used the dragon race's divine ability and created more than 1,000 dragon shadows to shatter the array. In front of him, a scream came from the vast sword chi. It was from Ancestor Chi Yu, because he realized that the treasure fragment that he was proud of was directly split open. Countless cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a loud bang. A swift and fierce sword light instantly slashed his body apart. Boom! The moon armor on his body was instantly shattered. It could not block the sword at all. Ancestor. Looking at this scene, everyone cried out in surprise. They couldn't believe that their ancestor had been killed by someone. A sense of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, they had never thought that a young man could cause such a tragedy to the Chi Yu clan. But now they realized that they were wrong. They had provoked a demon. Run quickly. These people fled frantically. Even the patriarch and ancestor had been killed. The remaining people were no match for him at all. In an instant, the remaining tens of thousands of martial artists fled frantically. Boom! 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 However, it was useless. The Crimson Dragon's array directly sealed the entire mansion. No one could escape. Everything was over. The demon-slaying sword formation appeared beneath Lin Xian's feet and instantly covered the ground. Countless blood-red sword chis crisscrossed, densely packed. There were at least 70 million of them. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon used a great ability, the Inferno Holy Dragon. Fire dragons filled the sky and danced in the sky. Terrifying energy poured down in torrents. Under the joint attack of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, all the warriors of the Crimson Moon clan were killed, leaving nothing behind. When all of the light disappeared, the earth cracked open, scorched black, and the surroundings turned into boundless ruins. Lin Xian was expressionless as he looked at the scene. This was because the Red Moon clan had brought this upon themselves. After collecting all their storage rings, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he left the place. The Crimson Dragon also removed the formation, and with a swing of its tail, it disappeared into the sky. To be honest, the battle here had already attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. There were already countless people around, but none of them dared to move forward. That was because the battle ahead was too terrifying. When all of the light disappeared, these people flew over from tens of thousands of miles away. However, when they saw the shattered earth, they were all stunned. Heavens, where is this? Where is the Red Moon clan? They were extremely shocked. That was because the magnificent Red Moon clan was no longer there. Below them were shattered mountains and rivers. Could it be that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. Among them, many of the mighty figures felt their scalps go numb. The Red Moon clan was a large clan in the Qianshan domain. Its strength was extremely terrifying. The area of their manor was very large, comparable to a huge city. But now everything was gone. There was no one, no palace, only the scorched earth and a terrifying aura. The once incomparably glorious Red Moon clan had long disappeared. Damn it! Who did this? This is a shocking matter. Hurry up and report it. For a moment, countless figures in the sky fled. They wanted to go back and report it. After all, the destruction of the Red Moon clan was too shocking. The news swept out like a gale. In an instant, everyone in the Tian Shan domain knew that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. When many powerhouses heard the news, they did not believe it at all. They thought it was a joke. Who could destroy such a terrifying clan so easily? Even if it was the Zhao clan, they would have turned out in full force. Such a spectacular scene would definitely be noticed. But before that, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Therefore, they did not believe that the Red Moon clan had been destroyed. However, when they arrived at the original location of the Red Moon clan, they were indeed stunned. That was because the Red Moon clan was long gone. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing which powerhouse had done it. When the Zhao family received this news, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Zhirua's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Old Master Zhao was also extremely shocked. To be honest, they did not expect the Red Moon clan to be destroyed, although they knew that Lin Xian had gone to find trouble with the Red Moon clan. In their opinion, at most, he would kill a few people and give the Red Moon clan a hard blow. However, they did not dare to think about destroying the clan. That was because the strength of the Red Moon clan was only slightly weaker than their Zhao clan. How could such a terrifying clan be destroyed by one person alone? However, the other party had really done it. None of the millions of warriors of the Red Moon clan escaped. Pirates must die. Zhao Ruo was extremely shocked, and Old Master Zhao's expression was also solemn. Even Murong Qingqing was surprised. She was very worried that Lin Xian would be injured. However, when Lin Xian returned, she found that he had only exhausted a little and his face was pale. Other than that, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. This scene shocked Zhao Zhirua and Old Master Zhao even more. After Lin Xian returned to the Zhao clan, he did not stay for long. Instead, he and Murong Qingqing immediately bid farewell to Zhao Zhirua. Then, they soared into the sky and left the Zhao clan. Since his whereabouts had been leaked and the killers of hell had been attracted, the people of the Tai dynasty would also know. It would not be long before the other party would lead an army over. He had to leave because the Tai dynasty was not like the Red Moon clan. It was a dignified dynasty, and there were probably many peerless powerhouses. If he was surrounded, the situation would be very dangerous. Moreover, there was no news of the nest of 10,000 dragons here, so there was no point in him staying here. Therefore, the two of them left. Although Lin Xian had left, the entire Tianqing city was in an uproar. Not only Tianqing city, but Qianshan region was also in an uproar. Chapter 2282. Everyone was talking about the Red Moon family, but very few people knew that it was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon who destroyed them, because the entire Zhao mansion had already issued a gag order to not leak a single word about this matter. In the depths of the Zhao mansion, at the icy azure lake, old man Zhao sat there with a grave expression on his face. Countless splashes suddenly appeared in the green lake in front of him, and a huge creature stood up from the bottom of the lake. It was still that huge black turtle. He had a terrifying aura on his body, but fortunately, he had deliberately suppressed it. Moreover, this was the depths of the Zhao mansion, and there were ray formations covering the surroundings, so it couldn't leak out. Otherwise, the entire Zhao family would definitely go crazy, because other than Old Master Zhao, no one knew that there was a peerless demon king living in the depths of the Zhao mansion. Have you thought it through? The black turtle asked. Old Master Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he said that the Red Moon family had been destroyed. What? The Red Moon family was destroyed? Could it be that the White Tiger race made a move? The black tortoise furrowed its brows. It wasn't the White Tiger race, but a young man. Old Master Zhao said in a deep voice, What? The black turtle's eyes widened after hearing this, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. A young man? How is that possible? That's the truth, and I don't believe it either, but he really did it. Damn it, who is he? The Inyang sect's holy son? Or a prince of the 9 imperial dynasties? Or a genius of the war race? To be able to do this, he was definitely an unparalleled genius. Such a person was either the holy son of a peerless sect or a prince of the 9 imperial dynasties. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. I don't know the identity of that kid, but he has a close relationship with the Jade Lake Saintess. More importantly, he is also investigating the nest of 10,000 dragons. Why are you afraid? The black turtle sneered. Old Master Zhao's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. Immediately after, countless rays of light erupted, and the entire ground trembled. Sensing this scene, Old Master Zhao immediately frowned. He snorted coldly and soared into the sky. What's going on? Outside, a huge light flickered and dust flew. In the distance, 2 black-clothed men flew out. They half knelt in the sky and quickly said, "Someone is attacking our Zhao manor." What? Old Master Zhao's pupils shrank in disbelief. The Scarlet Moon clan had just been annihilated, and someone was already attacking the Zhao manor? Who was it? Lin Xian and the others? It shouldn't be them. Old Master Zhao couldn't figure out who had the guts to do this. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this person was definitely not weak. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen streaks of light streaked across the sky. They were also half kneeling in the sky. Old ancestor. Oh no, it's someone from the Tai dynasty. People from the Tai dynasty. Why did he attack my Zhao family? Old Master Zhao's frown deepened. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, they wouldn't be able to handle a dynasty that wanted to deal with them. But why would the Tai dynasty target the Zhao family? There was no interaction between the two. But in the next moment, he understood. This was because a thunderous voice came from afar. Zhao clan, hurry up and hand over Lin Xian, or your clan will be exterminated. Angry roars came one after another, sounding like thousands of thunderbolts. A terrifying crack appeared in the void. All the martial artists in Stellar Sky City held their breaths at this moment, their bodies trembling. The people of the Zhao family were even more terrified. Zhao Jirua's beautiful eyes flickered, and her face was extremely cold. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what the fortune-teller said. He said that she was in danger recently, and that she would implicate the entire family. Previously, she didn't believe it and thought that the fortune-teller was lying. But now, it seemed that the fortune-teller was right. Moreover, all of this was because of Lin Xian. Who exactly was this Lin Xian? Zhao Jirua couldn't understand why he would provoke the Tai dynasty. People of the Zhao family, listen up. That kid killed the Golden Lion King of the War Clan and is wanted by the Tai dynasty. He is also the enemy of the War Clan. Whoever protects him will be the enemy of the Tai dynasty and the War Clan. Can you withstand this kind of anger? A cold voice came. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard it. All of them were shocked. Lin Xian killed the Golden Lion King? They couldn't believe it. They knew that the Tai dynasty was chasing after a murderer, but they didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian killed the War Clan's genius. Heavens, this is definitely an earth-shattering event. No wonder he was so powerful and could destroy the Qiyu family with a raise of his hand. He even dared to kill the War Clan's genius, let alone the Qiyu family. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked, and at the same time, their faces were extremely ugly, because everyone knew that Lin Xian had stayed in the Zhao family for a few days. Now that the people of the Tai dynasty had come to find them, they couldn't explain it at all. Damn it, explain it clearly. Say that the Zhao family has nothing to do with Lin Xian. Why don't we let Jirua go and reveal her identity as a Jade Lake disciple? a few elders suggested. However, old man Zhao shook his head. It was useless. If the Jade Lake Saint was here, it might be useful. However, a Jade Lake disciple couldn't stop the Tai dynasty and the War Clan. All of you leave. I'll go out now. Old man Zhao waved his hand, and immediately everyone in the sky left. Countless formations surrounded the lake, and the black tortoise climbed out of the water again. I can help you resolve this crisis, the black tortoise said in a deep voice. Old man Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the monster clan, especially during such a sensitive period. However, the heavens didn't go as he wished. At this moment, the Zhao family was facing the crisis of being destroyed. He had no choice but to lower his head to the other party. In the next moment, old man Zhao sighed. What do you want me to do? It's impossible for the Zhao family to surrender to the monster clan. At most, I can help you do some things. Don't worry, we don't need humans to surrender. We just need you to do something. As for the details, I'll tell you later. Now, I'll help you solve the problem. With that, the black tortoise's body turned into a black light and disappeared into the void, leaving behind old man Zhao with an extremely gloomy expression. However, after about half an hour, the black tortoise returned again. It was done. He returned to the lake. Not long after, dozens of people came from afar. They were all elders of the Zhao family. They said excitedly they had retreated. The people of the Tai dynasty had left. To be honest, they were extremely excited. They felt as if they had survived a disaster, because just now, countless figures descended on the Zhao family. Those people were like gods and demons, causing the void to distort. They had no power to resist at all, because they knew that those were extremely terrifying powerhouses. Chapter 2283. If these people made a move, the Zhao mansion would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. However, they didn't expect that the people of the Tai dynasty would leave at such a critical moment, and it seemed that they wouldn't target them in the future. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Old man Zhao's pupils contracted abruptly, but he quickly recovered. Then he ordered, "All right, let's all go back. Immediately appease all the clansmen and tell everyone to keep a low profile and not cause trouble." Yes, these people retreated, and the array formation lit up again. Old Master Zhao stared at the lake in front of him and asked curiously, "What method did you use?" The big turtle poked its head out. "This is my secret, you don't need to know. But now, it's time to talk about our conditions." The big turtle's eyes shone brightly. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing didn't know what happened in the Zhao family, because they were still heading towards Qianshan City. "Do you think we can find news about the nest of 10,000 dragons this time?" Morong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a hunch that even if we can't find any news, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be appearing soon." "Really? Do you have a hunch too?" "I had a vague premonition in my heart." Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered. This time, the two of them didn't take the official spirit boat, but their own private spirit boat, and quickly flew towards Qianshan City. On the way, they encountered a wave of demonic beasts. It seemed that these demonic beasts had already spread to the Qianshan region. Fortunately, they were just ordinary demonic beasts, about 300 of them. The strongest were the 7-star demon kings. There were a total of 4 of them, but they were all killed by Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. About 3 days later, they finally arrived at Qianshan City. Qianshan City, one of the main cities of the Nine dynasty, was much more majestic than Tianqing City. It covered an area of 70,000 miles. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. There were more cultivators inside, and the atmosphere was even more lively. Many people were excited. "Have you heard? Yan Ruyu will be here in 3 days. You're talking about the moon concealing blushing red palace, right? I've heard about it too. She was a peerless beauty. He didn't expect her to come to Qianshan City." It was said that young Master Qianshan had invited him. Is that so? Other than him, I don't think anyone else has the face to do so. Everyone was talking about it. Someone else said, I heard that not only our Qianshan city, but all the young masters and young masters of the big clans in the entire Qianshan region, as well as the geniuses, are coming here. They probably all wanted to take a look at Yan Ryu. Not only that, it was young Master Qianshan's birthday 3 days later. Those people were also here to pay their respects. That might not necessarily be the case. Who knows? There might even be people looking for trouble. Last time, the Jasper Saber was defeated by young Master Qianshan. This time, he would definitely come. Are you talking about that time 3 years ago? Everyone was discussing animatedly. From time to time, they would mention Yan Ryu, young Master Qianshan, and Moonflower Palace. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing looked at each other and decided to take a look in 3 days. From the looks of it, it should be a gathering of prodigies. Perhaps they could get some information. With a goal in mind, the two of them prepared to find a place to settle down. What a fragrant smell! Many people suddenly exclaimed. Then they looked over. They saw a purple figure quickly leaving behind a glimpse of her beauty. Those people exclaimed, What a beautiful figure! Could that person be Yan Ryu? That's possible. Although they only saw her back, she was too beautiful. Many people were talking about it. A few of the bolder ones decided to follow her and take a look. More than a dozen figures followed her. In front of them, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Could it be that someone is chasing after them? They were suspicious. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing sped up, but the people behind them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Miss Yan Ryu, don't go. Fairy Yan, can you have a chat with us? Shouts could be heard one after another. Hearing that, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Murong Qingqing frowned. These people must have mistaken me for Yan Ryu. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. In the next moment, she waved her hand, and countless rays of light flew out and enveloped those people. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Those rays of light turned into vines that wrapped around the dozen or so cultivators behind them and dropped them in midair. Those cultivators cried out in alarm and wanted to struggle. However, they could not struggle at all. They could only stay in midair and shout with all their might. Fairy Yan, don't go. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had already disappeared into the void. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the best manor in Qianshan City. Lady Boss, please give me a good guest room. After Lin Xian entered, he walked to the front. The Lady Boss was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She was wearing a long aqua blue dress and was still very charming. She raised her head, glanced at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, and then said with a smile, I'm sorry, but the good guest rooms are all gone. The other rooms are also full. There's only one Dongshui courtyard left. Do you want it? Dongshui courtyard, a standalone courtyard? Lin Xian asked. The Lady Boss nodded. That's right, a standalone courtyard. This is the last one. If you don't want it, please leave. I'll take this. Lin Xian nodded, because along the way they found that the other places were also full of people. Perhaps it was because of Yan Ryu that the number of martial artists in Qianshan City had reached a point where it was bursting with people. 1 supreme grade, substandard divine, crystal a day. The Lady Boss reported the price with a smile. Hearing the price, Lin Xian frowned. Why don't you just rob people? Although Lin Xian used divine crystals now, it did not mean that supreme grade, substandard divine crystals were cabbages. This price could be said to be sky-high. The Lady Boss's face darkened as she said, coldly, There's a reason why it's expensive, and this is the last one. Take it or leave it. All right, I'll stay for 5 days. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and 5 supreme grade, substandard divine crystals appeared on the table. If I need to extend it, I'll pay you again. Okay. The Lady Boss immediately smiled when she saw the 5 supreme grade, substandard divine crystals. She quickly put it away and shouted, Hurry up and bring this young master to the Eastwater side courtyard. Young master, this way, please. Soon, a young man in a green robe and a small hat led the way. One had to admit that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was very extravagant. The space inside was very large, and there were many pavilions and palaces, as well as this standalone courtyard. Pirates must die. The Dongshui courtyard was one of them. After entering, Lin Xian knew why it was so expensive. There was a small stream, a pond, a bamboo forest, and a grassland in front of him. There were even spirit beasts running around there. Although he lived in a bamboo house, rich spiritual energy rushed to his face. Obviously, there was a spirit gathering array underground that could gather spiritual energy from all directions. The entire Dongshui courtyard was protected by a defensive array. Judging from the appearance of this array, it could withstand the attack of a mighty figure. It was safe, quiet, and very suitable for cultivation. No wonder it cost 1 supreme grade, substandard, divine crystal a day. After the waiter left, Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the door of the courtyard. Then he raised his hand and cast another defensive array to form a second defense. Murong Qingqing stretched herself. She was tired after flying for several days. I want to take a shower and have a rest. Lin Xian took off Murong Qingqing's veil and said with a smile, "Why don't we go together?" Chapter 2284. Lin Xian took off Murong Qingqing's veil and said with a smile, "Why don't we go together? When did you become so naughty?" Murong Qingqing blushed and pinched Lin Xian hard. "Buzz!" Lin Xian picked up Murong Qingqing and strode forward. As Yan Ruyu's arrival drew closer, Qianshan City became very lively. All the inns of various sizes were crowded, and Sky Treasure Pagoda was even more so. Moreover, those who could stay in Sky Treasure Pagoda were either rich or noble. He was either a powerful martial artist or a young master of a noble family. That was because one had to pay an exorbitant price to stay in Sky Treasure Pagoda for a day. At that moment, the front hall of Sky Treasure Pagoda was also very lively. The decorations were very exquisite, and every detail was perfect. It was as if one had arrived at a celestial palace. Whoosh! In the sky, a black shadow grew larger and larger, as if a huge mountain was pressing down. Everyone outside Sky Treasure Pagoda raised their heads. The people on the street were shocked. They thought that something terrifying was descending. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise, "A white cloud was descending." That was right. A white cloud was descending. The white cloud was very large, dozens of meters long, and very soft like cotton. There was a chair made of jade on the white cloud. It was transparent and shone with a mysterious light. Just by looking at the chair, one could tell that it was priceless. The white cloud was another great ability. Needless to say, the person who descended was not an ordinary person. A very handsome young man was sitting on the jade chair. He was dressed in a spotless white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with pride. Next to him were 4 beautiful women dressed in light muslin. They stood respectfully. Some held an umbrella for him. Some served him fine wine, and the other 2 massaged his shoulders and back. However, at that moment, when the white cloud landed on the ground, the 4 European women immediately put away the items in their hands. The smoke catcher umbrella flew up and floated above the young man in white. The 4 beautiful women gently lifted the jade chair. They were very fast and arrived at Sky Treasure Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Even though they were just 4 weak girls, all of them were sent flying by the impact. Among them were 2 5-star kings, and they were also sent flying without holding back. Bang! Bang! Those people fell to the side, and then they were all furious. Damn it! Do you want to die? Among them, a few kings released a terrifying aura. Humph! The young man in white snorted coldly. Then he turned around and stared coldly at the kings. Buzz! Those people trembled as if they fell into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. How dare you block young master? White Cloud, a woman yelled. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, shocking everyone. Young Master White Cloud, is the son? He has come too? It was rumored that young Master Bayun had mysophobia, and his feet never touched the ground. Now it seemed like it was true. I've thought he only a bigs. Who would have know that he? You s toxin? S's. To T hissum. Teat leave his's, who escape. That was because young Master White Cloud was a famous young master in Ninely Dynasty. His father was the great general of the dynasty. He had a lot of military achievements and was very powerful. Moreover, he was deeply trusted by the emperor and could be said to be at the peak of his power. Therefore, young Master White Cloud's identity was very precious. Ordinary almighties did not dare to offend him. Lady Boss, here's our room. One of the beautiful maids stepped forward and took out a token and placed it on the table. There was the word West written on it. Seeing that, the Lady Boss smiled. All right, the West Wing Garden has been prepared for you. Cough! Just as she was about to ask the waiter to bring them to the West Wing Garden, a coughing sound came from outside. As soon as the sound was heard, the hearts of everyone in the hall thumped as if they were about to explode. Damn it! Who is it? Those kings were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Those who were timid cried, Damn it, it's just a meal. Why are there so many scary people? The Lady Boss squinted her eyes and did not say anything, because at that moment 2 more figures walked in. One of them was a man in a black robe. He was not tall and had a hunchback. At that moment, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so it was impossible to see him clearly. He was holding a black cane in his hand. Every step he took was very light and did not make any sound. However, every once in a while, he would cough twice as if he was sick. On his right was a very beautiful girl with red lips and white teeth. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. She supported the black-robed man and slowly walked in. Who is that? Is that the person who coughed just now? The surrounding kings looked over, but soon they frowned. Although there was no light on that person's body, it prevented them from investigating. A few kings who wanted to investigate by force immediately screamed in pain as their eyes bled. There were even 6-star kings among them, but they could not take it at all. Humph! Didn't your parents tell you that if you peep at others, your eyes will be gouged out? The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, snorted coldly. Then she turned her head and looked forward. Lady Boss, give me a good courtyard. The girl's voice was very pleasant, but at that moment no one was in the mood to appreciate it. That was because those 2 people were too strange. The black-robed man did not make a move, but he blinded the kings. The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, was dressed even more strangely. She was wearing a colorful flowery dress that was very bright. What was even stranger was that she was wearing 2 pendants, but they were not gold or silver, nor were they treasures. Instead, they were 2 small snakes. The 2 small snakes kept dancing and twisting in midair. Who is that? Could it be a beast tamer? Everyone was nervous. In front, the Lady Boss smiled sweetly when she heard that. I'm sorry, little girl, but the rooms are already full. Not to mention a good courtyard, we don't even have an ordinary guest room. The Lady Boss shrugged helplessly. The girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, frowned when she heard that. No more rooms? No way, how can they stay here? As she spoke, she stretched out her fair little hand and pointed forward. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped because the little girl was pointing at young Master Bayun. This guy actually dared to point at young Master Bayun. Is he tired of living? It's over. They will definitely end up in a miserable state. Many people whispered. Young Master Bayun turned his head and glanced at them. Then he snorted with disdain in his eyes. A girl who was behind him snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to my young master? Chapter 2285. A lady at the back, left, snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to my young master? Is your young master very famous? The little girl curled her lips, looking very disdainful. Seeing this, all the kings were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is this? How can she not know young Master Bai Yin? How dare she provoke him? Is she tired of living? Crack! As expected, young Master Bai Yin's face darkened, and he closed the folding fan in his hand. Slap her, he said coldly. Whoosh! A maid beside him quickly flew out like a bolt of white lightning. At the same time, she raised her jade-like hand and slapped forward. This maidservant was a 5-star king realm, and a single palm strike from her could shatter a mountain, let alone a single person. For a moment, everyone was worried about the little girl. However, the little girl still stood there with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her face was full of disdain. The terrifying palm wind tore through the void, but it could not move the little girl's clothes at all. Whoosh! Ah! The next moment, before the slap landed, the maid screamed in pain. She covered her fair palm and kept retreating. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was stunned. They did not see the other party make a move. Could it be that the black-robed man made a move? They looked at each other. However, the next moment they were extremely shocked, because the maid's fair palm was now pitch black, and there were countless black chi surrounding it. It spread from her arm to her entire body. Poison! She's poisoned! Everyone exclaimed. It was an obvious sign of poisoning. Young Master Bai Yin frowned. The other 3 maids were also nervous. The poisoned maid shouted angrily, and the spiritual power in her body burst out like waves, trying to resist the poison. However, it was useless. In an instant, her entire arm was pitch black, and it began to rot, and white bones appeared. The pain caused the maid to scream miserably. Her voice was so miserable that it made one's scalp go numb. Another maid cried out, took out a sword from her storage ring, and slashed down, cutting off the blackened arm. Chi-chi! The arm fell to the ground with a sizzling sound, and all the flesh and blood were corroded, forming a black liquid. Soon, even the bones were corroded. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a powerful poison! How did the other party do it? They didn't see it. The little girl snorted coldly. A small green snake was coiling around her earlobe. A piece of trash, like you wants to slap me? He was truly courting death. Everyone was shocked speechless, because they realized that this little girl was really too strange. However, some of the higher-ups could tell that it was the venomous snake on the little girl's ear that had attacked. This little girl was most likely a beast tamer, they guessed. However, no one spoke. They didn't want to provoke such a terrifying existence. At the front, young Master White Cloud frowned. Once he made a move, one of his maidservants would chop off an arm. This was definitely a slap to his face. Therefore, he snorted and killed her. Yes, the injured maidservant retreated and quickly swallowed a pill. The other 3 unsheathed their swords and worked together to attack. Wang. The 3 swords were very fast. In an instant, they had arrived in front of the little girl and were about to pierce through her. Humph! The little girl sneered disdainfully. She snorted lightly, and a majestic force rushed out of her body. Her king's domain instantly rushed out. Boom! It was a green snake. It suddenly enlarged and directly broke all 3 swords. The huge force sent the 3 maidservants flying. This scene shocked the surrounding people once again. They didn't expect that this little girl was not only good at using poison, but she was also so powerful. The king's domain was obviously very terrifying. In an instant, it sent all 3 5-star kings flying. It seemed that she was at least a 6-star king. However, an 11 or 12-year-old 6-star king. Her talent was too terrifying. Could it be that she was an old demon who had lived for hundreds of years? They guessed. On the other hand, young Master White Cloud's face was completely gloomy. Little girl, get over here and kneel down, and I can spare your life. His voice was cold and carried a biting, cold-killing intent. Young Master White Cloud, in my opinion, you're just SOO. The little girl had gained the upper hand with one move. Then, she activated her king's domain and charged forward. 1. The king's domain formed a green snake and charged forward. Boom! This green snake was very huge. It crushed the void, but no energy leaked out. Except for the space near young Master White Cloud, the other places were not damaged. Not even a table was damaged. One could imagine how precise the other party's control of power was. She was courting death. Young Master White Cloud was furious. The other party was just a little girl. How dare she attack him? The next moment he waved his sleeve. With a boom, the sky split open, and a huge sleeve danced in the sky. It was as if it could devour everything. Flowing cloud sleeve. This was the White Cloud family's ultimate technique. Many people exclaimed because this flowing cloud sleeve could be said to be extremely terrifying. Boom! As expected, when the flowing cloud sleeve collided with the green snake, a deafening sound was heard. Many kings fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The green snake wailed and was sent flying. Puff! Puff! The little girl kept retreating until she was outside the door. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood. You! She wiped the blood with her small hands. Her eyes were abnormally cold. You're overestimating yourself. You dare to attack me? Young Master White Cloud sneered in disdain. The flowing cloud sleeve in the sky attacked again. It was like a sharp, heavenly blade that wanted to split the little girl in half. The little girl's expression was cold. Her hands quickly formed seals. A green snake head exploded from her palm and bit forward. Crack! 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 The python bit the flowing cloud sleeve in the sky and made a clanging sound. However, the flowing cloud sleeve shook and shattered the python head. The little girl spat out blood again. She was about to be enveloped by the flowing cloud sleeve. However, at this moment, the mysterious man in a black robe attacked. To be exact, he did not attack. Instead, he coughed twice. Cough! Cough! Boom! In the sky, the flowing cloud sleeve exploded and turned into countless rays of light that scattered on the ground. Gulp! Gulp! The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He shattered young Master White Cloud's divine ability with just a sound wave? Who was this person? Young Master White Cloud's pupils shrank. His eyes shone brightly. This move of his was something that even an almighty would not dare to take lightly. However, the other party had broken it. He could not believe it. Who are you? Young Master White Cloud did not attack again. Instead, he asked coldly, My monthly votes are over 150. If I add more chapters, can I break 200? Chapter 2286. Even a powerful being would not dare to block his attack, but the other party had broken through it. He could not believe it. Who are you? Young Master White Cloud didn't attack again. Instead, he asked coldly, Cough, cough. The black-robed woman coughed and said again, I'm just a villager. You won't know me even if I tell you. But I've been walking for a day and I'm tired. Young Master, why don't you let me have your room? I'll pay you double for your room. Everyone was shocked to hear that. It seems like this mysterious person really wants Young Master Bai Yun's residence. Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened and sneered. Old monster, you're asking for death. As he spoke, he attacked again. Flowing cloud, sleeve poured down, and a ray of light fell like a heavenly blade. The void cracked open, and the terrifying crack enveloped the black-robed woman. How terrifying! Is this the true power of the flowing cloud cultivator? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked, because the power this time was twice as strong as before. It seems like young Master Bai Yun did not use his full strength previously. Humph! The black-robed woman snorted, and the walking stick in her hand trembled slightly. Suddenly, a black ripple spread out like a ripple. The black ripple danced and formed a black light screen, blocking in front of her. Buzz! It blocked the terrifying flowing cloud sleeve. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided with each other, creating a loud explosion. The entire world was shaking. Countless runes lit up in Sky Treasure Pavilion, protecting all the buildings. The lady boss frowned, and her eyes flickered, but she had no intention of stopping it. Humph! Young Master Bai Yun's face darkened when he saw that the other party could block the flowing cloud sleeve. But soon he exploded with a bright light. The fan in his hand seemed to have turned into a mountain and pressed down. Even the surrounding powerful beings could feel the pressure from this attack. Clearly, this was an extremely terrifying attack that contained an unparalleled amount of power. Boom, boom, boom. The mysterious black-robed woman did not raise her head, but behind her a spatial crack appeared. It grew bigger and bigger, as if it was torn apart by a pair of big hands. Then a ferocious behemoth poked its head out from inside. It looked like a butterfly with a horn that was covered with Dao runes. It was terrifying. It did not fully appear. Only a head appeared, but it filled up the entire space in the hall. Everyone was trembling, and the weaker ones were directly pressed to the ground, unable to resist at all. That was because the oppressive might was simply too terrifying. Soon, the horn blocked the huge folding fan in the sky. Not only that, countless black bugs appeared on the ground and flew towards young Master Bai Yun. These black bugs were very fast and covered the entire ground in an instant. It seemed to be able to devour everything. Young Master Bai Yun's face sank. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying light wave flew out and blocked the insects. At the same time, his expression became extremely ugly. Nanjiang, you're from the southern borders, 5 Poison Sect. What? 5 Poison Sect? Hearing this, the surrounding people also exclaimed. The southern border was a continent that coexisted with the central continent. They were very far apart. How could someone from the southern border come here? They could not understand. Young Master Bai Yun's face turned ugly. No wonder. No wonder the other party dared to disrespect him and even attack him. It turned out that the other party was not from the 9 Li dynasty at all. In fact, they were not even from the central continent. The 11 or 12-year-old girl swallowed a few pills to suppress her injuries and then walked over. She stood beside the black-robed man and snorted coldly. What? You know who we are, and you still don't want to give up the room? Humph. Young Master Bai Yun snorted coldly. So what if you are from the 5 Poison Sect? This is the 9 Li dynasty of the central continent, his territory. Could it be that he was afraid of the other party? We are the 5 poison bugs. Once touched, even an almighty will definitely die. You still dare to go against us? The girl sneered. The bugs on the ground were about to erupt again. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from outside. Amitabha. The voice was loud and carried with it the aura of light between heaven and earth. Then a ball of golden light shone in from the outside like the sun. The terrifying poisonous bugs on the ground quickly retreated and melted like ice and snow. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this expert? How could he be so powerful? He destroyed the poisonous bugs of the 5 Poison Sect in an instant. Who was that? How dare you interfere with the matters of the 5 Poison Sect? The girl snorted coldly, and her expression was very ugly. The black-robed man did not say anything, but the terrifying aura on his body became even more serious. Young Master Bai Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze was uncertain as he looked forward. He was not the only one. Everyone turned their heads to look. A monk walked in from outside the door. He wore a kasaya and held a bowl in his hand that was covered with runes. He held a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his left hand. At this moment, he was chanting and walking towards the heavenly treasure pavilion. A monk? Seeing this scene, the girl frowned and even took 2 steps back, subconsciously. That was because the Buddhist light on the other party's body made her feel uncomfortable. Their five poison sect was a poisonous creature of extreme and evil, while the other party clearly had a masculine aura. The two of them countered each other, and the other party was very strong. Therefore, the girl from the five poison sect was very uncomfortable. However, the black-robed man did not change at all. He still stood there and did not even turn his head. Why did the people of the five poison sect come all the way to the central continent? After the monk entered, he asked in a deep voice. The girl snorted coldly. Humph! Aren't you from the western desert as well? Why did you come to the central continent? This poor monk travels the world and considers the world as his home. Why can't I come? After saying that, the monk ignored the people of the five poison sect and stared at young master Bai Yun instead. I saved your life earlier. Are you going to give me your room? What? Another person who came to snatch the place? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Young master Bai Yun's face darkened again. He originally thought that the crisis had been resolved. However, he did not expect that another one would come. Furthermore, this person targeted him again. Damn it. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? Thinking of this, he roared angrily, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. A white cloud surrounded him, and even his entire body became hazy, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any moment. On the other side, the black-robed man kept emitting a cold aura. The monk held the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, and his body shone with a golden light like a sun. The auras of the three were extremely strong. Furthermore, when they clashed with each other, they formed an invisible field that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Those who were weak fainted immediately. The lady boss also frowned. Seeing that the three of them were about to attack again, she wanted to stop this battle. However, at this moment, the door to the backyard suddenly opened. Then a figure walked in.